I think we had people in the Metroplex get more hail last night. I think.
Oh, yeah. Collin County got hit really hard last night.
Yeah, my buddy Scott, who lives in Anna, he sent me some video and pictures of him holding what looked like to be about golf ball size hail.
He's around cattle daily.
Yeah. Well, I think he's more around horses.
Is just horse?
Mm-hmm. Runs a horse farm. Okay. And then speaking of hail, I saw this yesterday, and I think Channel 5 went with this. Oh, this is Channel 5 up in Oklahoma.
5 Alive.
5 Alive.
That's what their slogan was?
When I was a kid.
So they were talking about their chances of hail last night.
What was the big thing about that, about live? Because I think we had one of those in Chicago, too, like 7 Live or something.
Yeah, this was Alive, 5 Alive, like A-L-I-V-E.
But don't you think it was a play on, hey, we're always live on the scene or something?
It's just immediacy and urgency. Let them, let them do their thing, George.
It's a 70s thing.
We're live at 5.
And sent a screenshot here of this station in Oklahoma. And they were given the hail index.
Oh, I saw this.
And these were the sizes they gave. P, quarter, $50, ping pong. Okay, so now we've already gone from vegetables to currency to game pieces, ping pong, golf ball, tennis, DVD size.
Tennis.
That's a new one.
DVD.
DVD-sized hail.
Never heard of it before, and that's not easy for people to reference now. No one uses DVDs anymore.
Who young people don't remember what a DVD is. I guess DVDs did stay around longer than... I mean, you still go into pawn shops and thrift stores, there's DVDs, right? And you can still buy DVDs at the store.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're still around.
Yeah.
But still, we're mixing currency and food and now media.
That doesn't make sense.
To put AV material on. And does that mean that the hail is flat? We're once again going from spherical to flat when we're talking quarter and $50 and DVD, but then mixed in there is back to spherical stuff.
And are they like a sphere, but they flatten out when they hit? Like some of those I brought in the other day.
DVDs?
No, the hailstones. They weren't perfectly round like I brought in the other day. But was that because they got kind of smashed when they hit the ground? Or
I think that's how they form.
Smash!
Because in that big storm on Monday night or Sunday night, there were a lot of examples of that spiky hail.
Yeah.
It almost looked like the COVID virus with all the spikes.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Almost as if that hail was lab created.
I'm just saying.
You're just asking questions.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. And George, your hail had weird holes in it and looked evil.
Yeah.
But it's much more spherical than flat, like a DVD. So I think when we do these size charts, they need to be spheres.
Yes.
Like even quarter size hail, I don't like because it's flat.
Right. So what are you going to say instead of quarter size hail?
Big marble.
There's got to be something there. Grape. There's got to be something about the size of a quarter that's round, that's a sphere.
Yeah, grapes. Grapes are smaller than quarters.
But they're also not perfect spheres. They're a little oblong.
I don't know. We can't get the hail thing right. Here it is, 2023.
Just say either small or large.
The Earth has
hail.
been here for 2,023 years, and we still can't get hail right.
I want small or large.
I want that on a throw pillow. We can't get the hail thing right.
But DVD, and once again, my conspiracy mind is that now TV stations do this on purpose for the virality of it. Because they know when they put something ridiculous, they're going to put, hamster size hail, and then everybody's going to report on it, and then everybody now knows who 5 Alive is.
Yeah. And I swear, in the weather departments, they're making up a new term every year. It seems like
you claim that with polar vortex.
Yeah,
and something else. There were several of these that
I'm
you
drawing a blank now, but
yeah, you're right though.
It seems like we have these new weather terms introduced that we've never heard of before.
You think Pete Delkus and all his weather Illuminati get together each year and come up with their new term they're going to force on everyone?
We do. Yeah, we do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'd heard thundersleet until this year. Had we?
I've heard that for a while.
Thundersleet's been around? Okay.
It's relatively new. They've also started naming winter storms.
Yes.
Remember that?
Right.
It started like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
By the way, last night I did a Twitch stream, 7:35 on Thursday night to do that, and had Ducey on to talk about Norm's retirement. And you know what Ducey's first question about it was? Where would one send their resume? And he said he's asking for a friend, totally unrelated, but asking for a friend where one sends the application.
Oh, Mike.
And talked to Pop on Jill last night.
All right.
Okay.
Our first time to talk to her live and in person. I guess you call FaceTime live and in person.
Yeah.
I mean, in a way. In today's world, that's live and in person.
Everybody's world.
Yes, everybody's world. Called Norm last night for the big Norm-related Twitch stream.
He couldn't do a FaceTime
and
with
he
you.
was a no-show.
No way.
So
his phone can't do that.
I know. I just called him.
Oh, just called on the
cell
phone, like do a speaker
Yes.
thing. Okay.
Yeah, I had no hopes that he would ever have a FaceTime. I thought about contacting Mary, and because Mary probably knows how to do FaceTime.
Yeah. I still think y'all think I'm crazy, but I think in retirement, Norm will get the iPhone.
Yeah, this was a weird claim of yours yesterday.
Just keep an eye on it.
That Norm's going to learn the iPhone in his retirement.
He's going to have some extra time, and he's going to realize
That's a bold statement.
I can do a lot of things on this instead of just having a brick to carry around.
Last segment, I was wondering if this was just a joke, the chaise lounge seating in airplanes that everybody was talking about this week. Those pictures came to us from the Aircraft Interiors Expo in Hamburg, Germany.
That sounds like a fun conference.
Yeah, and so I guess the companies put out their different versions of interiors that they're proposing that you could contract them to make for your airplanes.
Okay.
And this was the work of designer Alejandro Nunez Vicente. He came out with that chaise lounge seating. And I read a piece about why we will never fly in airplanes with double-decker seats. Do you know why?
My first guess would be it's some kind of a safety issue, like it's too hard to deplane.
Right. Is that the FAA has really stringent, restrictions on how you have to be able to have egress from these seats and be able to get in and out of those seats in an emergency, and there's, distance between your head and the one in front of you, the seat in front of you. You can't pack people that too closely, and those things tend to violate that. So I don't think we'll see that in America, the double-decker seating that basically packs people in there.
Good.
We did have the other kind of double-decker seating. What were those planes that had the first, fourth of the plane was larger, the nose of the plane was larger, and you had like a second deck that you'd walk upstairs to go sit in?
Yeah.
Those look magical. I never flew on one, but those look magical.
Yeah.
I can tell you a quick story. I was flying the first trip I ever took to Europe to go see a bike race, to go see the tour. We had our flight canceled, and the next morning we got there, and I was flying with my buddy and his wife, and they had just gotten married. And I said to the gate agent, yeah, our flight got canceled. We lost a day in our trip, and they just got married. They're on their honeymoon. And she went, oh, well, let's see what we can do for you. And they put the three of us upstairs in that first class seating.
Whoa.
It was like Uber first class. So we got to sit up there, and there were probably 12 seats, 14 seats, something like that. And it was so magical.
So that top level, the second floor, was first class.
Yeah, super first class.
Dang.
And maybe it was just first class, and then downstairs below it they had business and then back coach. But that's the only time I ever got to go upstairs in one of those, and it was for a 10-hour flight overseas.
That had to be so cool.
It was unbelievable.
And it was your first flight.
First flight overseas.
Boy.
Wow.
Your first flight overseas is always magical anyway, because
Yes.
you're going to a place you've always read about and just think it's so cool.
Yeah.
And then you're getting to ride in a palace.
If I recall, there may actually have been a bar up there.
Yeah, it seems like that's what I remember of, again, video that I saw of that they had. Yeah, it was like almost like a club.
Yeah.
Well, and isn't that the way first class should be? Because there's nothing more uncomfortable than every time I have to get on a plane, I have to walk through first class to go sit in my seat.
And I throw up the deuces
And
at you
then
as you walk
George is
by.
sitting up there in the first class, and it's just awkward because first class people don't want to make eye contact with
Right.
anyone who's the cattle that's walking by them. It's just too tense. So they need their special Pete Delkus Weather Illuminati seats up top.
Yes.
That are so exclusive.
But I don't think they make those planes anymore, do they?
I don't think they do either.
No.
What was that plane? Was it a
That's a good one. Let me look that up.
Boeing Airbus? McDonnell
707.
Douglas quadruple 7?
Yeah.
Mork.
It's the Mork. It's called the
The
Mork.
Quad 7.
Yeah.
It says here it's the Quad 7 Mork.
It's in
We're
the
right.
70s,
We got
right?
right.
The 70s was when they had those planes? How could we have had those planes
80s.
way back in the 70s when people barely had electricity, but we can't have them now?
All right, it looks like the first double-deck airliner was an Airbus, the A380.
Okay.
I drove bus.
The first
Still
that was
makes me
used
laugh.
commercially quite a
Right.
bit.
Standing seating has been around for 20 years now. Airbus was the first one to pioneer the idea of standing seats.
Huh.
That's horrible. I remember looking at some of those budget airlines where you pay for standing room only and you have to stand the whole flight.
No.
That's a beating. There was also in 2019 there was an Italian design house called Avion Interiors,
Avion.
and they had bicycle style upright seating called the Skyrider. So you sat on a bicycle seat the whole flight.
By the way, it looks like the Boeing 747 they were all double-deck.
Okay, so there you go.
So
And
that was
there it is.
That was the
Famous
most common
plane.
one in the 70s and 80s. That must have been what I rode.
yeah, 747.
See those little,
Huge. Yeah.
8 windows up top?
So
That's
cool
the
looking.
promised land right up there.
That's
Dang
so
right.
great. That's what everybody's aspiring to, man.
Well, they're just not very efficient.
I don't think they
'Cause they're
make
so
them
darn
anymore.
big. I know. Is that why? They're just not. They burn too much fuel.
It does seem a little weird that why would that be up front? Don't you want that? You don't want that much drag right up front. You should have it towards the back, right? Or is that even worse?
Toast.
I don't know.
I'm with George. I think the answer's toast until we get an engineer explain it to us. Don't put us in charge of air design.
No, I know nothing.
Anyway, but the idea of stacked seating, which that picture's made the rounds this week, that's been around. The idea of it, patents go as far back as 1948 for stacked seating. So people have been playing with this idea of how to get more people on a plane for a long time.
Yeah, let's just get over the idea and let's not try to stack us in there like
Yeah.
sardines.
I like fewer people on planes with more room.
Yeah,
I
let's
think
do
that's
that.
the direction we should be heading.
Couches.
I want to ride in one of those like Trump-like jets where it's a full-size plane, but it has living rooms and libraries and all that sort of thing. Conference rooms.
Libraries.
Beautiful libraries.
What kind of books is in that
all
library?
of them are my
All
book.
of them.
All of them Art of the Deal. We have 20,000 volumes of Art of the Deal.
And what about, it looks like I see a Bible. Is that your Bible?
It's a Bible.
All right, that's the Odette.
Okay, now someone sent me a picture of where a news organization was saying that there was hail the size of a Costco rotisserie chicken. Okay. It still makes us
Costco, I
laugh,
love
damn
you.
it. And it's fun to laugh a little bit. Because there is some serious news in Perryton, Texas. That's up in the Panhandle.
That's the home of Mike Hargrove, the former Ranger.
Oh, it's
great.
like the handle of a pan.
Dan's still trying to figure out where the Panhandle is.
A tornado ripped through that town, killing 3 people, injuring dozens more, widespread damage as fierce storms ripped through Texas. The National Weather Service in Amarillo confirmed that a tornado hit the area. The Perryton fire chief, as we go back to Perryton, he said at least one person was killed at a mobile home park that took a direct hit from the tornado, and that 30 trailers were damaged or destroyed. It's strange how it always seems to hit a mobile home park.
No.
I guess when it hits
There's just
other
high
neighborhoods,
winds, and those are in the, they can't stand up to the high winds.
is there any way to make them more, I don't know, robust, standing up to tornadoes then? Like,
Then they wouldn't be mobile homes.
do they put them on piers that are sunk into the ground? Like bolt them to that?
I'm not sure if they bolt them. I think they just maybe rest them. I'm not sure.
But a house is just resting on a slab, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you have a pier and beam house, isn't that just resting on it? Like, why aren't pier and beam houses being taken by tornadoes?
Well, I think they are.
Okay. Well, don't yell at me. I'm just...
I'm not yelling.
Boy, things got really tense in here.
It wasn't
Why
that
are you
tense.
yelling? You're a foot from me.
50,000 customers were without electricity last night after the storms. I guess in that part of the Texas, I'm not sure. But the hospital there said that they saw between 50 and 100 patients, including 10 in critical condition, transferred to other hospitals. And they had minor, some people had minor injuries, but then a lot of people had major injuries, like head injuries, collapsed lungs, lacerations, broken bones, and that.
Wow. Bet the hospital in Perryton has never seen something like that.
Yeah, no. Y'all ever been to a small hospital, small town hospital? That'd be the thing that would make me the most nervous living in a small town. Is like being far away from trauma care. I remember one time when I was a kid, we were visiting some of our family in Northeast Mississippi, and we were playing out in the front yard. The kids were. And my cousin, who's my age, we were throwing rocks, and I threw a rock and it hit the top of her head and split it open. And she was taken down.
That's a terrible prank, by the way.
Yeah, horrible prank. But we were kids and we were throwing rocks at each other. And she claims, this is her memory of it, that she was taken down the country road to a vet who worked on horses, a horse vet, and he stitched up her head for
I
her.
believe it.
Yeah, we could do it.
That was the trauma care that she got.
I told you my mom, who grew up on a farm in the 1930s in North Dakota, she had to have her appendix out, and they took her to the vet. And
Really?
he chloroformed her. And
Which is such ancient
yes.
technology to knock someone out.
And she woke up sans appendix.
Gosh.
Wow.
It was a little bitty town, too, in the middle of nowhere in North Dakota.
Okay, now, was that illegal for that vet to do that? If he doesn't have a medical license for the human...
Today he'd be in jail.
Yeah.
Back then, they were glad that he was there.
Right.
No one even
Like,
thought,
he's authorized to take out horses' appendixes.
Yeah.
I think I got appendicitis.
It really hurts down here, Doc. It's lower on my right side. Ow, 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 ow. Stop. Anyway. So, yeah. That was that same area in Northeast Mississippi where I saw my first tornado shelter and the creepiness of that. It's built into the side of the hill. I went back and visited that place like a year ago.
Still there?
And saw the tornado shelter. It was still there. Still creepy as heck. We were all, I dare you to go in there. Go in there. I hear there's snakes and demons in there.
Snake.
It was fun going up there, though. Because everybody, all of our relatives, I mean, they were like farmers, so there was just you were out on the land and we were all scared of the bull. I dare you to run from here to the barn and back. See if you can make it back before the bull kills you. I can't. I'm wearing red. I can't. Anyway,
thoughts with Perryton.
Thoughts with Perryton. That's the lesson. That was also the place that always had barn kittens.
Well, I guess we're not going to stay with Perryton.
Seems like there was always
very long, but
there was always
on
a
to
bunch
barn
of
cats.
Kittens being born in the barn.
Well, yeah, every farm seems like has the barn cat,
and
there's like 15 of them.
And my great uncle was already, hey, there's more kittens in the barn. Where's my burlap sack?
Oh gosh!
No, don't. We'll take them.
Get in the house.
They're going in the creek.
Man.
Tyler. Anyway, country life is a little.
It's different.
Sometimes it's a little bit more closer to the earth and the cycle of life and death, and it's very strange for us.
Yes.
They would also do, like, if someone died, some old person died, you know, the wake or visitation or whatever, it would be in the house. They'd have a casket with the person in it.
Yeah, in the parlor.
Yeah, in the parlor. She's sitting up in the parlor. It's been a week. We need to get her in the ground.
Jeez.
Who is this guy?
His granddad.
I don't know. I guess it's my Uncle Morris. He's the one who also had, God, we were little visiting this, and he would have the Folgers can because he chewed tobacco, and it'd be right by his easy chair.
You don't think grandkids kicked that thing over?
He would fill that thing to the brim, and then one of us knocked it over one time. It was just a mess.
Awful.
It's just this gross tobacco juice was everywhere all over the floor, and there'd be several plugs floating in it.
Ugh.
I don't know why he does that around children.
Don't throw that ball in here. You're going to hit the Folger can. Get on out in the North 40 if y'all want to play. Anyway. And yeah, when you got punished up there, it was, you had to go to the tree and you had to pick your switch.
God.
Oh, man. That
You
hurt
pick
on
the
your
smallest,
legs.
thinnest one. You
Ain't big enough. Go back.
You should have been hit a few more times.
Gosh.
They would have cleared some
Advocating
things up.
violence against children.
Against you.
It's not a good look, George.
Against you.
You're on the wrong side of history right now. Okay. He didn't
That was
take
childish.
He did not take my criticism
No.
to heart. Denver Nuggets. They had a parade.
At a big parade.
Big parade.
Shots were fired during the parade. 2 male victims transported to Denver Health, and they are in serious condition. Police have not arrested the suspect. They do have a photograph of the suspect. But they say that the shooting was a targeted incident, totally unassociated with the parade. Totally not connected with the parade, they say.
They said that about the shooting after they won the title, too, earlier in the week.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jokic was there, by the way, dropping F-bombs. So he did show up for the parade.
Did you see what happened to his wife?
No.
She got hit in the face with a beer can.
She did?
Yeah, he was traveling up front, with his wife and their 1-year-old. And someone threw a beer can and hit her in the face.
Ridiculous.
Headhunting is a coward.
Yeah.
Some officer also got run over by a fire truck. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Ugh.
His lower leg got run over by a fire truck, and they're attempting limb-saving measures right now.
Poor guy.
Because the bottom half of his leg got run over by a fire truck, and he was trying to save some people who were getting too close to the parade route. And so he had moved over there to try to move them back right at the time that the fire truck was coming through and ran over the bottom half of his leg. So parades often just seem like they're not such a great idea.
Especially championship parades.
Let's just do virtual parades. Can't we move this all online?
Oh, we are.
Should we revisit the Brett Hull celebration at the Blues Parade?
Yeah, do we have that? That was a very eloquent speech, you know. I think this speech and the I've been to the mountaintop, that one always moves me.
Yeah.
And
we've already been blues instead of let's go blues.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
we've already gone.
MLK and Hull are the two greatest speech makers we've ever had in this country. Let's listen to that, Tyler.
All right, I don't know if it's readily available, but
You can say let's go blues all you want, but you know what? We win! We win blues! We don't have to go anymore because we already did it! These guys won the Stanley Cup for this city! There is nothing more they have to do. So instead of saying, let's go blues, we're going to say, we win blues. We win blues.
I can't.
As the teleprompter is showing the words.
no one's really joining in of We Went Blues.
Oh, my God.
Had he been drinking?
My goodness.
He had that real funny look on his face, too. Like he just got hit with a dart.
You think his breath smelled real good right then?
We don't have to go anymore because we already did it.
Budweiser, tater tots.
Anyway, the tornado ripped through the Panhandle town, and there was this crime ring that hit a bunch of small museums starting back in when did this start? It spanned over a few decades and went to like 2017, I think. They started in the 90s, and they would hit these smaller museums and steal trophies and rings, and they hit the International Boxing Hall of Fame up in New York, and some of the blood that was in the splintered glass of the window, they collected it. And now, decades later, they finally tracked down who did this. It was 9 people have been charged in connection with this 2-decade operation when they were break into these museums and businesses and steal the treasured artworks. They stole a Jackson Pollock. They stole an Andy Warhol. They stole 6 championship belts from the International Boxing Hall of Fame. They stole Yogi Berra's World Series rings and his trophies.
Hey, boo-boo boy, those are my
and you know what they did with all these?
Oh.
You know what they did with all these World Series rings and trophies? They melted them down and then just sold the metal for $1,000 here and there. So all of Yogi Berra's accomplishments, and it was like a year before he died, was when they stole all this.
Jerks melted down my rings.
It's not Yogi Bear.
They could have gotten
Berra.
so much more just selling the memorabilia on the dark web.
Right, but they didn't do that. Yeah, Yogi, when they told him about it, he said, they said, "Hey, Yogi, we've got bad news for you. They stole all your World Series rings." And he said, "Well, I know I want them. I don't need the rings. I know I want them."
Sounds like something he would say.
Right. Yeah, they just melted them down. All that priceless stuff. One of the artworks that was valued at $500,000, they just burned it.
What? Why steal it?
I don't know. They were like, this is going to be too hard to move. What are they going to do?
It's too hard to move.
And and I think the Andy Warhol, they just painted over where someone could reuse the canvas. They would just sell this $5 at garage sale canvas. I don't know what they did with that. And Japan has finally changed their age of consent.
Finally.
Yes. They raised it to 16.
What was it?
13.
Wow.
Oh.
It had the lowest age of consent among the group of 7 advanced economies. and among the lowest in the developed world. What is the age of consent in Canada and most of the states in Texas?
Most of the states in Texas?
I mean, most of the states in the United States.
17?
16.
16.
It's 15 in France and 14 in Germany and Italy.
Shouldn't we have a worldwide raising?
Yeah. Make it 25 everywhere.
30.
30. Ray Lewis III has passed away at the age of 28.
Uh-oh. Ray Lewis's son?
Yeah.
The linebacker.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, he was, Ray Lewis, the dad, is a linebacker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But his son was a running back in Florida. He was a high school standout, as you would imagine, and then he joined the University of Miami football program, transferred after 2 seasons to Coastal Carolina, where he was arrested on a charge of sexual assault before the case was eventually dropped. And then he finished his career at Virginia Union, where he played defensive back. And then he had a brief stint in the indoor football with an indoor football team, the Wyoming Mustangs, in 2021.
What happened at 28?
They don't say, Craig, and I don't think it's any of your business.
Okay.
So, but yeah, Ray Lewis.
How about birthdays?
Birthdays today. Oh, and Al Pacino is finally a dad again at 83.
Finally.
Yeah, she had her baby, his girlfriend, Noor Al-Fallah. And I didn't realize, she's 29, he's 83. But she had been involved with
Mick.
Yeah, Mick Jagger, and there were rumors that she was involved with Clint Eastwood.
She's a senior citizen chaser.
Yeah, she was. I think we dated.
Who's
years
that?
back.
Who's that?
Mick Jagger.
Joan Van Ark is 80. Gino Vanelli, 61.
From Milli Vanelli.
Oh, my gosh. Laurie Metcalf from Roseanne and Norm, 68. Olivia Hack is 40. Diana DeGarmo is 36. She was an American Idol runner-up.
God, what a spare day.
Yeah. These are human beings who are proud of their careers. Broadway actor Ali Stroker is 36.
My God.
Roberto Duran, 72.
Okay, there we go.
Phil Mickelson is 53.
Why are you yelling? You're a foot from me.
We need to listen to that in its entirety. And old Tom Morris would have been 202 today had he not been cut down so tragically.
He won a lot of British Opens in the 1600s.
Way back in the day.
You're up to date.
Rock.
All right, that's Muse, 734 on the ticket. In 4 minutes, Friday morning scattershooting.
And now it's time for Friday morning scattershooting with your old pal Junior Miller, right here on Sports Radio 96.7 and 1310, The Ticket.
Scattershooting while wondering whatever happened to Jared Saltalamacchia,
Salty.
former Ranger great. Nikola Jokic is the man of the moment, leading the Nuggets to the title and winning the Bill Russell Trophy as the Finals MVP. Jokic becomes the 5th foreign-born player to be named Finals MVP, joining Dirk, Giannis, Tony Parker, and Akeem Olajuwon. By the way, Denver is the second metro area all-time to win the NHL and NBA titles in consecutive years or in the same year. The other was Boston in 1969 with the Celtics and then in 1970 with the Bruins. And maybe my favorite note coming out of the Denver championship, Christian Brown is now the 5th player to win a national title and an NBA title in consecutive years, joining Billy Thompson, Magic Johnson, Henry Bibby, and Bill Russell. And when I thought about that
That's a good one.
Brown and Bibby and Thompson, they were role players. Bibby with the Knicks and Thompson with the Lakers, their rookie years. But Magic and Russell, talk about greatness.
Yeah.
You win a title as the guy in college, and then the next year, oh, this is how good I am. I'm just going to go ahead and win a title my rookie year as the guy in the pros.
Lead you to a title. Yeah.
It was said going into these finals that the NBA league office would have preferred a marquee Celtics-Lakers matchup instead of Denver-Miami, and the finals didn't do great in the ratings. The 5 games averaged a 6.1 rating and 11.6 million viewers on ABC. That's down from last year's Warriors-Celtics numbers. But the entire NBA playoffs across ABC, ESPN, and TNT averaged 5.4 million viewers per game, making it the most watched playoffs in 5 years. NBA games accounted for 15 of the top 20 most watched programs among people under the age of 50 since the start of April.
I said throughout, I thought it was a pretty good show. I know we look at teams, are they as good and all that, but I thought what the NBA threw at us there for a couple of months, I thought was pretty entertaining.
Really, the NBA playoffs rarely disappoint.
Yeah.
There's usually a lot of excitement. Meanwhile, Tuesday's Panthers-Golden Knights NHL Stanley Cup Final Game 5 averaged a 1.4 rating and 2.7 million viewers across TNT and True TV, marking the smallest audience for a Game 5 of the Cup Finals in 30 years. Viewership fell a series-high 47% from the Lightning Avalanche series on ABC last year. It's a pretty big drop.
Is that a network to... We can't even say cable anymore, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it could have something to do with it for sure. Mainstream to less mainstream.
Yeah, there you go.
The Golden Knights won it all in just their 6th season, becoming the fastest NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL team to win a title since the Arizona Diamondbacks won the World Series in their 4th season back in 2001. And is Dallas-Fort Worth a soccer market yet? Well, I'm not sure, but we weren't in the top 10 markets who watched the Champions League final. Washington, D.C. was number 1, then San Diego, New York, Oklahoma City, Memphis, Philly, Nashville, West Palm Beach, New Orleans, and Chicago. If you're wondering when the next time we'll get to celebrate a championship around here will be, who knows is the answer. We just passed a milestone date. Yesterday, June 15th, 2023, was exactly 10,000 days since the Cowboys last won the Super Bowl.
10,000 days?
1,428 weeks, 27.3 years, and counting. It's been 10,001 days now since the Cowboys won the Super Bowl.
It's a long time.
The football world lost a notable this week when Homer Jones passed away. Jones was a member of the New York Giants from 1964 to 69. He was named to the Pro Bowl in 67 and 68, but he's best known as the first player ever to spike the football after scoring a touchdown. Jones saw his Giants teammates Frank Gifford and Alex Webster throw footballs into the stands after they scored, but Commissioner Pete Rozelle banned that. So Jones improvised when he scored a touchdown at Yankee Stadium against the Eagles in 1965. He said, "I was fixin' to throw it into the grandstand, but just as I was raising my arm, reality snapped into my head that Rozelle would have fined me $50. That was a lot of money in those days. So I just threw the ball down in the end zone, into the grass. Folks got excited, and I did it for the rest of my career." The great Homer Jones was 82 years old.
You think he took it in the shorts on Twitter that day? What's that guy doing?
Disrespecting the football.
Totally disrespecting the game.
A fun college football fact from Pick 6 about Central Florida, one of the new Big 12 members this season. UCF is now the youngest program in a Power 5 conference. They launched their football program in 1979, and they're the only school ever to play in all 4 levels, D3, D2, 1AA, and 1A. Only school ever.
Wow.
We could have a lot of Rangers at the All-Star Game next month. The latest voting totals show 5 Rangers among the leaders in their positional races. Marcus Semien is the leading vote-getter at second. Jonah Heim, Corey Seager, and Josh Young are all in second place at catcher, short, and third, respectively. And Adolis Garcia is among the leaders in the outfield. With Evaldi and Gray strong candidates to land spots on the AL pitching staff, it's not out of the question that the Rangers could have 5 maybe 6, maybe 7 All-Stars. The Rangers' record is 7 back in 2012 when Josh Hamilton, Adrian Beltre, Joe Nathan, Ian Kinsler, Mike Napoli, Matt Harrison, and Elvis Andrus all went to the Midsummer Classic.
Wow.
In each of the past 2 seasons, MLB has held its Field of Dreams game in the Iowa cornfields. This season, they're taking a year off from the event as that site is undergoing construction. But plans for 2024's version are reportedly close to being set, this time with a new venue. It's rumored to be a game between the Giants and Cardinals to be played at the historic Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama. Rickwood Field opened in 1910. It's the oldest professional ballpark in the country. It also holds a special place in Giants history. It was the home of the Birmingham Black Barons of the Negro Leagues, which is the club where Willie Mays made his professional debut in 1948. Rickwood Field is the only home big league ballpark where Mays played that still stands.
Okay.
That'd be pretty cool.
Nice backdrop.
As we mentioned earlier this week, Novak Djokovic set the all-time mark for the most men's Grand Slam wins with 23 when he won the French Open last weekend. What we didn't mention was the women's winner, Iga Swiatek.
Okay, Iga.
Is off to a remarkable start to her career. She's now 4-0 in major finals. In the Open era, the only players to win each of their first 4 major finals are Roger Federer, Monica Seles, and Naomi Osaka. And at 22, Swiatek is the youngest women's 4-time major champion since 20-year-old Serena Williams at the 2002 U.S. Open. This week's least competent criminal is 33-year-old Claude Vincent Griffin. A phone repair store in Miami Gardens, Florida, was the target of a robbery by Griffin, who wore a disguise, an ill-fitting cardboard box over his head. He smashed the glass countertop and reached into the case, grabbing 19 iPhones and $18,000 in cash. But it's hard to see through cardboard. So Griffin at one point removed the box and revealed his face to surveillance cameras. The store's owner did some investigating around the area after the robber left the store and found him at a nearby liquor store drinking with friends. So he called police. Griffin was immediately arrested and charged with grand theft, burglary, cocaine possession, and resisting an officer.
Gosh, man.
He got his money's worth. And finally, there was once a very successful farmer from Texas who started looking into his ancestry. He traced his lineage back to a small town in Ireland, and they were a family of farmers. So he packed his bags and took a trip to Ireland to see if he could track down some of his kin. He found one, a farmer, in a small town outside of Dublin. They sat down for a pint. The Irishman asked, "Tell me, what's it like farming in Texas?" The Texan said, "Well, if you started out in the morning and drove west, you could drive all day before you reached the end of my property. And if you started the next day and drove east all day, you wouldn't reach the end of my property at all. Same thing going north or south. You could drive either direction all day and you wouldn't reach the end of my farmland." "Ah, I know what you mean," said the Irishman. "I've got a tractor like that as well." That's Friday Morning Scattershooting, the only radio segment that keeps up with the movements of federal migratory waterfowl.
Thanks for hanging out with your old pal Junior Miller for another edition of Friday Morning Scattershooting. We'll see you next Friday right here on Sports Radio 96.7 and 1310, The Ticket.
In the emergency break of the week, we have some salty language, toughest job at the ticket, and a big laugh here in 4 minutes.
It's time for the emergency break of the week.
He hasn't played in 3 weeks, Jake!
That moment when programming is brought to a complete halt.
And you're defending it?
By a wheels-off comment or technical meltdown.
We can't get to the Sixers or the Cavs or any of these series. Russell Westbrook will not make today's show, but he can update Rugi Odor's walk total.
Embarrassing, isn't it, LeBron?
So wait. You opened the segment being a big a-hole.
Oh,
and
I said this is a great book, and you said, no, it's not. The better book would be when they won the title. I said, well, yeah, but I think this is really interesting. Back and forth and so forth, and you're
right. You didn't do anything wrong. Go ahead.
Let's see who yanked the break the hardest this week.
Moron dog.
On the Little Ticket.
Yes, it's time for the emergency break of the week, and it's brought to us by Hiley Mazda of Hearst and Arlington and Crawford Services AC and Plumbing. We'll give you 3 candidates. You get the vote on them, 888-787-1310. Candidate number 1, as they were talking on why today doesn't suck, and they were going through birthdays, they got to the Olsen twins who had a birthday earlier this week. So, of course, that's going to tee up Bob and Dan. And as they're trying to mess with Bob about this and blame him on the countdown clock, Bob nervously laughing, Corby uses strong language and stops down the whole show.
Also, Mary Kate, Bob, and Ashley Olsen, 37.
Yeah, you're not going to put this one on me.
Oh, my God. Remember when he moved here?
Oh, my God.
That was all Bob would talk about.
Bro, you guys got that clock?
Got 400 days left.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all we did in Lynchburg was count that down.
Whoa.
What?
Whoa.
Hey, now.
Wow. What in the world, man?
And we dumped it, too. We caught it in time.
Happy Tuesday.
Such a casual dump and chase.
Way to go.
That's a real quote, man. I heard it.
It's there.
Had to be true to the source material.
That's all we used to do.
Not even mad.
I'm impressed. What in the world?
Holy.
Fun to be able to
What
laugh.
the hell is going on?
We've lost him.
Oh, man.
Anyone else?
Do they drink up here in the afternoon?
Sure sounds like it, doesn't it?
It really does. There is Corby, who I think it took about 2 minutes to set in what he just said as candidate number 1. All right, what have we always said is the toughest job up here at the ticket?
My job.
We've never said that.
Oh.
You're not going to play?
Me?
Yeah. And take a guess at the toughest job here at the ticket?
Producing
I
middays.
guessed me.
Yes, thank you.
Oh,
Producing
yeah.
bad radio.
They have
And now middays.
A burn-through rate there.
The hang zone. So now, with Blake Jones on vacation, Kevin Landrum filling in producing. And he entered the crosshairs of Dan and Jake. And it is on Kevin. As they were talking about the Seattle Storm retiring Sue Bird's number this last Sunday, they all had to figure exactly when did she retire. Well, she played for 20 years from 2002 to 2022.
20 years? I thought she was a rookie last year.
I did have to look that up. But Kevin was confused, and he's confused retiring number with retirement. And do you think Dan and Jake let him get away with that?
Is Seattle the Storm?
Correct.
I mean, that's an easy alliteration guess. So, yeah,
Okay.
I'll side with you on that one. What I'm saying is I didn't know Sue Bird didn't play anymore.
I'm guessing she doesn't play anymore because they were retiring her number.
Yeah, and to my knowledge, she's not dead.
That's another reason you retire
she showed
a
up
number.
to this, so she's not dead.
Apparently,
Yeah.
she retired Sunday.
Of course she did.
Yesterday?
That's what this article says.
Okay,
Mid-season?
Said she stepped away from the game at the end of. Okay, never mind. Number 10 retired. I'll clock out.
That's Kevin Landrum who is reading a headline or maybe the tiniest part of the story
on the weekends up here.
Yeah, she was, as I was saying, Kevin Lando, she got her number retired yesterday.
I've never heard the. I'll just go ahead and clock out.
Yeah, I'm just gonna clock out. Done for the day.
Yeah, I'm done.
I failed you, and I'm just going to leave all of you alone.
Go ahead and stop my pay. I'm done for the day.
I need to go home.
All right, there is Kevin Landrum as candidate number 2. Candidate number 3 could be the last time he's ever nominated.
Oh, man.
He announced his retirement yesterday. And just a week ago, in true Norm fashion, he cracked us up when we thought he was speaking German.
Pretty strong week, I thought.
Yeah, very strong.
Donnie
week.
and DJ, that was
kind of amazing. Yeah,
Bob burping. I mean,
yeah.
I just want some just clarifications. All I
Bob
want.
That's fine. That's fine. What are you guys doing today to yank the e-brake?
Well, Norm is doing the fantasy call of the Belmont, which we will set an over-under of how long the call will be.
Is it an
to the
interesting
actual
race, Norm? Are we going to get down, or are we just going to let this one pass by?
George, we are going to get down because
right,
the
I like
races
getting
come
down.
up pretty interesting.
Okay. Okay.
Is it a small field again?
9. Well,
Ooh,
actually,
went German on us there for a second.
9? Is it a good race? 9?
An odd moment.
Let's just end it there.
Yeah,
let's just
we're
end it
good.
there. Yeah, we can start the weekend.
It's funny to listen to that back now in the context of him speaking German.
Yeah. Because he really did say it like that. Is it 9?
Because it was great in the moment. It was funny. Gordo's line was great. But then to re-listen to it and imagine that he really was saying no in German to my question is hilarious.
You went German there. All right, one more time.
Go a little German there, bro.
Pretty strong week, I thought.
Yeah, very strong.
Donnie
week.
and DJ, that was
that was kind of amazing. Yeah.
Bob burping. I mean,
yeah.
I just want some just clarifications. All I want.
That's fine. That's fine. What are you guys doing today to yank the e-brake?
Well, Norm is doing the fantasy call of the Belmont, which we will set an over-under of how long the call will be.
Is it an
to the
interesting
actual
race, Norm? Are we going to get down, or are we just going to let this one pass by?
George, we are going to get down because the
I like
races
getting
come
down.
up pretty interesting.
Okay. Okay.
Is it a small field again?
9. Well,
Ooh, went German on us there for a second.
9? Is it a good race? 9?
And why would he take that moment
I don't know.
to start speaking German?
Just sometimes he slips back into his native tongue.
Well, maybe he knew he was going to retire then and just thought, hey, I'll speak German.
Yeah,
for the
screw
next
it.
week.
I'm going German.
Yeah.
9.
So is it Corby, Lando, or Norm? 888-787-1310. Hello. You're on the ticket. Who wins the e-brake?
You know I am radio.
Yes, ma'am.
Unreal.
Streak continues.
Hey, users. I want to vote for the German goat, Norm, just so you know, and y'all have a happy Seymour Bash. Love you.
Okay. Seymour Bash. Hi, you're on the ticket. Who wins the emergency break of the week?
Hi, users. Happy summer. It's Ashley. I vote for Norm.
Thank you. Hello, you're on the ticket. America's favorite radio station.
Good morning, users.
Morning.
How you guys doing?
Okay.
Hanging in there?
Hanging in there.
Vote.
He gone.
Okay.
Hi, you're on the ticket. AM, FM, and stream.
And in today's Lonesome Dove quote, I offer Gordo this. Expect you been up all night reading the good book.
That was,
and Cruzalito votes for Corby.
That was Cole saying that to Gus towards the beginning of Lonesome Dove, when Gus was making biscuits in the Dutch oven and was reading his Bible, smoking his pipe.
So towards the beginning of Lonesome Dove, page 340.
Okay, dude.
Does that sell you on the miniseries? That sounds fascinating. Can't wait to go watch that. Hi, you're on the ticket. Who wins the e-brake?
Hello, AM Radio.
Yes.
Morning, users.
Hey.
Just want to give a shout out to Norm. And if he ever gets a divorce and wants to come up to Lubbock and lay that cane across my back and mount this Billy, he sure can.
It's triple fake.
It's
triple fake.
Yeah. Hi, you're on the ticket. Who wins the e-brake?
Yes, I'd like to vote for the e-brake.
Yep.
I'd like to give a shout-out to the greatness of Vanessa Cantwell, and I'd like to vote for Georgie Porgy, pudding and pie.
Worst vote ever. I'm not up this week. Hi, you're on the ticket. Who wins?
Hey, Junior.
Hey.
Hey, it's Cruzalito. Hey,
Again?
I'm gonna,
this is fake, double fake cruise, I think. Yeah.
Hey, Hey, I'm going to make some vague reference that you'll have to courtesy laugh at.
Hey,
So then everyone-
make fun of Cruz.
Problem.
Just give us a vote.
I'm going to stop because this is starting to sound like I'm on Shark Tank. Hey, but for real, hey, Junior, for real.
Okay, next voter.
Hi, you're on the ticket. Who wins the e-break?
I'd like to responsibly vote for George's Rusty Antiquated.
Okay, all right. That's not up for it.
I wonder what he was going to say. I don't know what he was going to say.
Care. You started that whole mess.
I did not.
Hi, you're on the ticket. Hello?
Yeah. I'm just sitting here scatter voting while wondering what happened to a meat.
Hey,
voting.
I see him eat at the gym probably once a month, and he still listens.
Is he getting ripped?
He's still hilarious. He's getting ripped.
Still undersized.
When we knew him, he was 5'2", 80 pounds.
Probably.
And now because he's going to the gym, he's 6'4", 260.
No.
Okay.
Doesn't work that way.
I guess no vote there. Hi, you're on the ticket. Who wins? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, you got it? Okay. Hello, you are on the ticket. Who wins the emergency break of the week?
Good morning. This is Tina from Tirewood, and I vote for Norm.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's how you vote right there. Hi, you're on the ticket. Who wins? Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, don't hesitate. Just go.
Hey, Musers, Buddy Murder goes here, and I vote for Norm. Buddy Murder!
All I caught was I vote for Norm, and ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a winner.
He is adding to his total.
Amazing.
Pretty strong week, I thought.
Yeah, very strong.
Donnie
week.
and DJ, that was
that was kind of amazing. Yeah,
Bob burping. I mean,
yeah.
Just want some just clarifications. All I want.
That's fine. That's fine. What are you guys doing today to yank the e-break?
Well, Norm is doing the fantasy call of the Belmont, which we will set an over-under of how long the call will be.
Is it
to
an
the
interesting
actual
race, Norm? Are we going to get down, or are we just going to let this one pass by?
George, we are going to get down because
right,
the
I like
races
getting
come
down.
up pretty interesting.
Okay. Okay.
Is it a small field again?
9? Well,
Actually, went German on us there for a second.
9? Is it a good race? 9?
Odd moment.
Let's just end it there. Let's just end it there. Yeah. His final win. What's the total now, Fernando?
Oh, my goodness. 133 wins for Norman Rommel Hitzkis.
133. Okay.
9.
Still has one more chance at
Yeah,
adding to
he
that
does.
total.
He sure does.
But right now, a reminder that this afternoon, starting at noon and running through the evening at the Village in Dallas, it's Tito's Handmade Vodka Tickets Summer Bash, one of our big annual events. Hope to see the P1s out there. And we do this every summer bash because he's always working security. We welcome Officer Foster into the studio with some rules and regulations.
Okay, here we are. I'm Officer Mike Foster, and I want everybody to have a happy and safe summer bash. Now, in order to have a safe and happy summer bash, we're going to institute a few rules and regulations.
Okay.
Okay, that's fair
All right.
enough.
Rule number 1, no skin will be shown by the women folks. There will be a pool out there, and I want the women covered from head to toe so as not to arouse the libido of the masculines.
Head to toe?
That's going to be hard to do when it's 100.
And additionally, and in that vein, I want the men folk covered from head to toe as well. No men, no skin. We don't want any women's getting adulterous with some of the non-husbands out there who may or may not be out there. So human sexuality is one of the strongest, most irrational forces on the planet. We must tamp it down in order to keep civility.
Boy, he talks fast. Man.
If you are feeling amorous, save it for later in the evening when you are hunched over your laptop coaxing the shame out of your nethers with one girl, 4 tentacles plays in the background or whatever you're watching.
What are you talking about?
Why are you so hung up on sex?
Rule number 2, I want no one doing illegal drugs in the porta potties. Now, America has declared war on drugs, and I'm one of the foot soldiers here. In addition to illegal drugs, I'm issuing and instituting a prohibition and a proscription of anything stronger than a number 1 being released into the blue water hell chamber of any and all known porta potties on the premises.
Okay.
All right, we don't want and we don't need people going in there and dropping body loads into that lagoon. Now, let's keep it civil, folks.
That's actually a pretty good idea.
Rule number 3. we're going to have a delicate retiree out there, and in light and in regard of that factual fact, I want no one trying to stab Norm in the chest or groin just so they can take his job a week early.
Oh, my gosh.
A week early.
You hear that, all you ticker guys and producers? Let's let the man serve out his final week without a serrated blade through his testicles or an engraved bayonet severing what remains of his spine.
My gosh. Heck.
This is Officer Foster with rules and regulations for Summer Bash.
Rule number 4, for a safe and happy summer bash, no loud music or laughter of any kind. Now, these two sources of noise can be distracting to people trying to enjoy the silence of God's creation. Also, if I catch the ticket, and that means you guys, trying to broadcast through a PA system, I will shoot out those speakers with my trusty sidearm and take all into custody.
No.
All
we
into
have to
custody.
have PA so people can hear what's going on.
How would listeners like it if all their favorite hosts are in prison for life? I don't think they would.
For life.
So ticket, no broadcasting. Rule number 5, no attendees will be allowed into the venue.
What?
Now, we need to practice a little crowd control. In order to do this, I'm limiting this to me and one other person in the venue at any one given time. I will take P1s in one by one and personally show them around the premises before escorting them out. Each P1 gets 3 minutes at Summer Bash. You will get to see the silent speakers, and you will get to see the ticket guys sitting there not saying anything before you are let back out to your car so you can get home to your laptop and your one girl, 4 tentacles video.
Oh, my gosh.
Back to that.
This is how we will have a safe and happy Summer Bash. Officer Foster.
But Officer Foster,
Okay.
Officer Foster.
He's a busy man.
Yeah, he's gone.
Wow, I don't know if we can adhere to all those.
It's Fantastic Friday Fan Feedback, or FFFF. We do this every Friday at this time. We take your emails, we take your tweets, we take your postings and, your Discord chats, everything. And your phone calls sometimes. P1 Jim, he mentions, he says that 508 Park, that is the address where Robert Johnson recorded here in Dallas, as we heard about on Tuesday during Musical Musers. He says it's owned and operated, and has been restored by the First Presbyterian Church. And he said, I'd love to give you a tour. So I don't know if Jim is one of the higher-ups in that church.
He may be. I think I met him. Wolonsky introduced me to him.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, that's very possible, I think.
I'm sure you guys wouldn't be interested, but I would be interested.
No, I'd be interested. I told him I would be.
Where the great Robert Johnson, one of only 2 places he recorded. It's pretty huge. P1 Nick, our science-minded P1, said he went to Globe Life for the first time this week. He said it was an incredible game experience in cool conditions, and the concourse was infinitely better with more bathroom capacity and much more concessions than the old ballpark. He said a first-world problem there, however, was by the 7th inning it began to get very warm in there. And he suspects they're trying to save energy money and not cool the place all the way to the end of the game. So at some point they start kind of
getting your energy?
Shutting off the AC, bumping it up a little bit.
I was just about to say that would be the big advantage to the stadium now. Like last night. Could you imagine sitting out as heavy as the air was last night?
These last 2 days have been so miserable.
It's because the dew point's been so high.
Yes. Yesterday in the afternoon it was 92, but the heat index was 106. Do you know how high the humidity has to be to get that kind of a variance between 16-degree difference in the temp and the heat index? It was a sauna out there.
What do you think they set the ballpark temp at for games?
68?
Nope.
72 or 74, I bet.
Which one you want?
Well, room temperature is 72, so I'll go with that.
74 degrees.
Okay.
That's what Chuck Morgan puts it on, but then someone changes it down to 68. Well, it's not running.
I think for athletics, it needs to be a little on the warm side.
To keep the body loose, the muscles loose.
You don't want it too cold in there, especially for a sport like baseball where you're doing a lot of standing around.
Well, Nick continues. He says, as I suspected, the cooler, dense air kills fly balls about 5 to 10 feet shorter than in the old ballpark. As a counterintuitive atmospheric science reminder, cool, dry air is much more dense than hot, moist air. You wouldn't think that. You would think the hot, moist air
science
would be more dense, but it's not. He says a lot of people refuse to believe this with the old adage that the air was so hot and humid you could cut it with a knife. We've all heard that. He said this is wrong, wrong, wrong. That cool, dry air is more dense.
Interesting.
Yeah. He said, bottom line, though, it's nice watching air-conditioned baseball in Texas in June and July and August.
Amen.
Ain't that the truth? Nope. Speaking of temperature, weather conditions, and such, I posted a picture of, I think P1 Zach from Sanger sent me this, a picture of his COVID, and Junior, you may have referenced this. It's a picture of his COVID, a picture of his hail that looks like COVID.
Yeah.
Omnicon.
It's spiky hail balls. And you can see the picture on my Twitter account, Gordon Keith, all one word there, obviously. And his 5 hail balls that look like COVID-19 sitting next to a Dr. Pepper can for scale. And as Cindy tweeted, Dr. Pepper should be the standard unit of measurement for hail in Texas. You got to put it next to the Dr. Pepper can. And Mark says that he got testicle-sized hail where he lives, and that he'd post a picture, but he's shy.
Oh,
no, Mark, you don't have to post your testicles to show the hail. You just
funny.
Just post the hail. And then Old Cried Pants tweeted, I think we need an echo filter on the next Officer Foster appearance, and he attached a picture of Mike Foster, who had passed away in September of 2021 from heart failure. He was a longtime member of the Richardson Police Force. And interesting note here is that our Officer Foster is named after Mike Foster. Officer Mike Foster. He was the resource officer at my school, my high school. Yeah. So Officer Foster was a real guy, and I used to imitate him when I was in high school.
And he sounded like that?
I can't remember the original voice quite as well. I just remember I had some long rant of all depends on the kind of caliber, the kind of making the caliber, the kind of catalytic converter, the kind of gun. I used to say that all the time, just to myself, muttering while I walked around. But yeah, and I heard from Officer Foster's son when he passed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And then he knew that he was still honored to this day on the ticket with his name living on.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. And then we were talking about the plane that's the double-decker and how just magical that was, having a second story inside the nose of a plane. And people would sit up there, and it's, as we identified, it's the 747. P1 or V1, I'm not sure how she identifies, Summer. She says, I heard you guys talking about the 747 this morning. I'm here to tell you they are still flying. My husband flies the 747-800 for a freight company called National. The beauty of the 747 is that the nose opens up so that large cargo can be placed inside.
Oh, wow.
You ever seen that? That is really freaky.
No,
see a plane with the nose cone opened up.
Guess not.
She says, have a wonderful day from Nicaragua. So she's listening to us in Nicaragua.
Wow, we're worldwide.
Worldwide.
Put that down as something hard to say.
Nicaragua?
Yes.
I thought of another one that was difficult to say. I think rivalry is hard to say.
Yes, it is. That's why we all hated Red River Rivalry.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Really hard.
Drano in Frisco says, we just returned from a trip to Europe where we were on one of those double-decker planes. Outbound, we were on British Airways Airbus A380-800 Superjet. He said you don't actually have to walk upstairs, as there's a fork in the jetway for upper and lower. So the jetway is what splits you to the top level or the bottom level of the plane. And he says it was great. He was in Business Select, which is not first class or business, so I guess it's kind of the third level of...
But you get the sweet bar and everything?
Yeah. He said, had plenty of room to sleep on the way. Our seats reclined pretty well, about at least halfway back. It was a cool footrest thingy. The first class was downstairs, so it's not up. The first class was down. But he said the plane holds 470 people.
Damn.
That is so many people on one plane. And he says it was so smooth on takeoff, in-flight, and landing. If you have the means, I highly suggest, he says. Drino in Frisco. P1 Steve has a possible Jerry Jones sighting. He's hanging out in the Isle of Capri near me, says Steve.
Wow.
Just chilling. Some people were breakfasting on the back of the Bravo Eugenia, and he thinks that maybe Jerry was among them, along with Tony Romo and Jason Witten. I don't know about that. But there's a picture of the Bravo Eugenia. It's in the Isle of Capri right now.
Oxnard. I wonder how many of those trips Jerry makes.
I think very few.
Maybe half.
As the family told us when we were hanging out with him at Nobu and Malibu.
Yeah, that's kind of name dropping there.
Along with Al Michaels.
More name dropping.
The family told us that it's basically Mama Jean. Like that ship was all her idea, what she wanted. She's way into it. The family does have some, they do, I think, Christmas on the ship or something like that with the grandkids. But Jean is the one who loves the Bravo Eugenia, and she sails the world on that thing.
Remember the trip they took with the family and Tony Romo and Jason Witten? Was that to Mexico or the Caribbean, or was that over in the Mediterranean?
I just know it was somewhere tropical, I think.
Yeah.
But was that pre-Bravo Eugenia?
I thought that Jerry had actually told us once that we asked him what he did that summer, and he said we went to Italy or the Isle of Capri or somewhere over there. So I think this story is believable. I think they could be there.
Maybe they have a regular Isle of Capri outing.
That was wild. The entire Jones family with Tony Romo and Jason Witten all wearing white outfits.
So strange.
The family picture.
Like they were in Heaven's Gate together.
Yeah.
I think Heaven's Gate were all white. They wore black track suits and black Nikes.
Oh, I thought they were all white.
They struck a deal with Nike.
Yeah, they signed up with Nike there towards the end.
Which cult wore all white then?
I think a lot of them do.
I don't know. Gordo's the cult guy.
And then response to the shocking announcement this week that Norm Hitchcock is retiring. Neil speculated that it was to spend more time with Andy Panda. BS 758 asked, where am I going to get my energy now? It's a simple question, but it's a good one.
Question.
Tequila Amigo said retiring is a coward. So he's taking issue with this.
Drill him in the butt.
Al Cervic says never go full retired. Any
okay.
All right. Movie reference? No?
Help me.
Richard from Ottawa says Gordo and Junior. Huh. Sorry, George.
Guess I'm left out.
While I was extremely sad to hear of Norm's upcoming retirement, I'm very happy for him. But like many, I will miss hearing his voice and opinions regularly. Put that on the list.
Well, that's
Regularly. They have a rivalry regularly.
Pronunciation.
I first heard / saw Norm in the early 90s when he had a weekly Friday segment on TSN, which is Canada's ESPN.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It was called Against the Norm, where he would make his NFL picks. Believe me, it was can't-miss TV for football fanatics like me and my buddies up here in Canada. If Norm picked against the Cowboys, it would be a weekend full of angst for me. Because he was thinking, well, if Norm said so.
Way.
Norm knows what he's talking about. When I discovered the ticket 22 years ago, you can only imagine how happy I was to hear his familiar voice and that he was part of the station's regular lineup. Gosh. Good times. Norm Hitchcock, a true radio TV icon and e-break legend. I will miss him. That's from Richard. who lives in Ottawa, one of our Canadian P1s.
That's the thing. Norm is known nationwide.
Oh, yeah.
Internationally now.
And internationally.
Yeah.
9?
Yeah, he's known in Germany. You can hear him speaking German.
Hey, we see that at the Super Bowl every year. Nobody comes up to us from other markets,
No.
but everybody that walks by the table, if they see Norm, they say hi to Norm.
Yes.
Yeah.
He is a legend in this business.
Yep.
Nationwide. Yeah, what do we have to do to become legends in this business? No one ever comes up to talk to us.
National TV.
Why don't you just be a little more like Norm, and maybe people will start coming up to you instead of just being a jackass for.
If
a
I think
job.
I'm going to get anywhere in this business,
You were told a long
punk
time
and
ago.
a smart ass,
Right.
Maybe
I got
you,
another thing coming.
Maybe you should know more about the Mariners' outfield situation instead of being right about Heaven's Gate wearing all black.
Right.
Which I can confirm you were correct there, but you know that stuff.
I would rather die in poverty and obscurity than know anything about
The
sports.
Mariners outfield.
Yeah.
And so thank you for that. Do we have time for a call?
One call.
Okay, let's do Jameson in Dallas. You're on with the Musers.
Hey, morning, Muses. How you doing there, Gordo, man?
Hey, it's not bad. It's not bad. How are you doing, Ribby?
I'm going to go ahead and place my very special vote for Tarini Nandamkumar, the Spelling Bee finalist.
The Spelling Bee finalist. Oh,
Okay. Vote for what?
Yeah. I don't know. I guess it's his draft.
Sounds pretty great there, Millimeter.
Oh, it got really high there. Do you have a sports song that you like to sing for us before we let you go?
Only one from so many years ago.
Howard goes.
Yeah.
Hey, Fernando, get this guy's number.
Yeah, this is really good.
Yeah, we can start outsourcing that. Thank you, Jameson. I think Norm was really
Wow.
touched by your
Yeah,
tribute
that
to
was
him.
beautiful.
Yeah, that was
9?
gorgeous.
I had a very low bar going to our one call, but he jumped way over that
happens.
bar. All right, Gordo, thanks. That's the corner.
But Norm's announcement yesterday that he is retiring from radio in the next week. Next Friday is going to be his last day, and we had cameras in here while he was giving the announcement, and then afterwards, it's on all the news stations. It's on top of the fold on the Dallas Morning News, the actual paper, front page of the sports section, because you are a legend, man. You're the GOAT in this business, and to send you off the right way is the only way everyone around knows how to do it. So I do kind of want to hear about your day yesterday after you got off the air, because the announcement was pretty emotional.
Yeah.
And then the Muser stuck around for the next segment to rain praises down on you like you deserve. And then after you said that you're at home, you're with Mary, you're at the table at 3:00, and when she returned home about 7, you're still right there because your phone rang off the hook.
Still right there. In fact, when I went home, I go down to the garage, turn the phone on, get in the car, the phone starts ringing. And it's incredible. I want to ask you about social media in just a minute.
Okay.
Because I'm not a member.
You're smarter than all of us.
But first of all, let's go to emails. From all over the country, from people, my friends, a lot of them all over the country, and listeners not only in this country, people who listen on the stream in other countries email me. And I get calls from lots of people in the press, including Deuce, and I'll be on with Deucey Sunday night. And Kevin Sherrington wants to get together, which we're going to do tomorrow. And I heard from my former producer, Dwayne Dancer.
Did you really?
I did. I heard from the Double D.
That's one of my radio heroes growing up. One of the only times I've been nervous meeting someone in person was Dwayne Dancer. He was the man when I was growing up. He is a sweetheart of a guy.
And why that unbelievable voice still hasn't changed. I don't know why.
I know.
It's incredible. It's incredible.
I didn't realize he was your former producer.
Oh, yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. And I heard from, people I worked with in broadcasting. I heard from my former Ranger announcer buddy, Greg Lucas. We did 6 years together. And I heard from, I worked with a guy doing horse racing at ESPN 30 years ago. I have no idea how Ron found out the news, but he sent me a text that says, I'm on vacation now. And, okay. And I'm going to be on his horse racing podcast. And it just kept going. Norm Sanju called, the former general manager of the Mavericks, and Keith Grant from the Mavericks, and Jared Sandler, who's now doing Ranger games in place of Eric Nadel, who's recovering, and Eric got in touch. And, of course, I tried to reach out to Troy to be on the show, and he sent back a really nice email. And there were people you thought, oh, my, the State Fair, Carissa, who brings the food up here. Carissa reached out.
It's going to be another fill-in day for you, right?
Oh, yeah. I'll be back that day, baby. And David from the fair, David Russ, got in touch and said, hey, if you want to come out to the fair. See, David arranges a bit of a back way into the fair.
and a ride around the fair, right? That's great.
And 40 years ago, I was working doing games at HSC. My producer, David Handler, called, and his buddy and my good friend Lee Friday called. And it just goes on and on and on. Remember Wally Lynn?
Of course.
From KLIF? Wally called.
Sports brother.
Yes. Jamie Newberg called. Sean Scott Lucas put a nice note on his daily minor league update. And you did a podcast last night?
Yeah, we had some kind things to say about you on Diamond Pod this week, Norm.
Thank you very much. Hal J. called. You know, you've heard me mention multiple times my handicapper friend from Florida, Mark Lawrence. Mark not only called, he puts out a thing called the Daily Coffee Club with notes on the day and things like that. He handicaps a few things. And he had, right at the top, he had this thing about me retiring. And
he didn't have a bet dedicated to you yesterday, did he?
No, he didn't.
But have to pass that on, buddy. Come on now.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
It just kept going. My friend Charlie from Tennessee called, and old friends that I work with at KERA. That's a lifetime ago, Donnie. It was just great. It was great.
Good Day at Channel 4 is now going after an interview. Just got an email about that.
Really?
You're in demand, my friend.
Oh, when I walked into the building today, as I passed by the studios of KSCS, our sister station, I see the walker in the door. So I realized that Norm is on the air with Hawkeye and Mishrod. It's like, man, he's doing the tour. I love it. I love it.
I heard from several people who used to be here. Some are now working at competing station. I heard from Mike, got a message passed on from Julie, got a call from Groobs, got a call from the person for 25 years we call Big Jer, from T.C. Fleming, from Tony Smith.
Engineer Tony, Dancing with the Stars.
Engineer Tony left a message. I have one problem. Well, that's not true. I have several problems. But this is the one I'd like to mention. This phone. It's a flip phone. And the problem is, when people send a text, the print is so tiny. And can I just ask a request of anybody in the future who's ever going to send me a text, including you?
Don't.
Including you.
Okay.
Including you, Sean.
All right.
Jay, Daddy, put your name at the end of it. Because my phone doesn't tell me who
turn
you
that phone
are.
on and let me see those text messages. I want to see the print. See how small it is.
Okay.
Like, I believe you because that phone is tiny.
I may have cleared the text messages.
Oh, really?
So you may be
So you
disappointed.
read them
But
and you delete them. You don't keep them.
Especially with the emails. He'll delete emails.
Immediately.
And almost
he has
immediately.
the cleanest inbox I've seen of any human alive.
It's fascinating.
But-
it is.
But the computer saves them for a month if I want to go back and get them. And there's a little thing called search.
There is.
That'll help you find them.
Wait, let me write that down.
Yeah, I
Hang
love
on.
technology. Norm's teaching us about email. I love it.
Okay, let's see if I can find if I got anyone here.
Yeah, I want to see if you delete it.
Okay.
Because usually
No.
that's another text message, right?
Or it might be the phone just turning on.
Oh, okay.
That might be the way the phone says hello.
We need to program Norm's phone so it could say hello in his voice when it turns on. Hello.
Okay, take a look at that.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. He is not lying. Please put your name at the end of the text message. That is
And look at how
tiny.
small that type is.
That's why you need a smartphone, Norm. And it's so true. I never thought that anyone could not have numbers saved and still know exactly who's calling. And this number is not saved on his phone, but yet this person did do the smart thing and leave his name at the end of the text message. So that is great.
But I got these heartfelt messages.
It is really tiny.
From numbers I didn't recognize.
Needs a magnifying glass to read his text messages.
I had to do the callback. Hey, hi, this is Norm. and think, oh, I recognize that voice. Okay, I know that person.
All right, so you're going to be home a lot.
Hang on.
Yes.
And you use Mary's smartphone.
All the time. He
Quite
uses
a
her
bit.
weather machine. Oh, dear.
Yes, we play Wordle on it. And Mary will sometimes pass on messages.
Okay, so you have
and
enough
scores.
You
I
have
use it for
enough
scores.
familiarity there. In retirement, just get one.
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
You have to, Norm.
Norm, how do you delete?
We're not going to delete that.
No. I'm saying how I
okay.
accidentally typed a J. How do you delete that? I was going to see how long it took me just to type thank you on
Like
Norm's
reverse
phone.
Norm right here.
Yeah, I typed a J right there.
Is that where you have to press the buttons over and over?
Yeah.
I've got to
Like
call
old
this
school?
person
Yeah, make sure
back.
you write the name down. Yeah.
T9 text.
Yeah.
Okay, well, don't say it out loud. They don't want their phone number on the air. I'm just trying to get you to delete that J right there. Can you do that?
You delete it in total.
No. I don't want you to delete it total. Delete
Donnie
that.
is asking Norm about technology
But I've read the
advice.
message.
I know, but I want you to delete that J, and that's all I want you to do.
What in the world?
Now delete it.
No, I just tried. I backed over.
I know
It
you
didn't
did.
spare.
Okay, well, I was going to show everyone how long it takes just to type thank you on Norm's phone. I'm going to write thank you.
Thank you doesn't begin with a J.
That's why I wanted you to delete it.
And that took 5 minutes.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna reply thank you.
Let me see this.
That's all I'm gonna do. I'm serious. That's all I'm gonna do.
watch you do it.
Just
Okay,
thank
see,
you.
there's a T. Then I got to do the H. A.
See?
And where's the space? Oh, okay. And then you got to do it that time right there.
Just do the letter U.
By the way, you're going to get a reply, Matt, but I'll call you later.
That's how long it took me to just write thank you on the phone because you have to hit buttons 3 or 4 times to get the number.
So we're
on
back
there.
in 2002 now.
Yes.
Okay, now
Yes.
watch how easy this is to delete, though, okay?
Okay.
Watch.
All right.
That. Come down here. No. Where is it? Oh, see. Okay, now I got to come down all this way.
This is unbelievable.
Got to come down 9 spaces.
Real
because you
easy,
wrote
huh?
something.
Real easy to delete it. I'm seeing how easy it is.
It is.
No, it's not. It's
Now
very
it's off.
You are incredible. I love it.
Tell me just because I don't know.
Okay.
About social media yesterday. Now, you guys do know, though.
Mm-hmm.
Sean?
Well, right in front of me is the main ticket feed on Twitter on this computer, and seconds after you made the announcement, which, by the way, you hit that out of the park.
Thank you.
That was one of the nicest monologues I've ever heard, and for you to do that with all the emotion and everybody surrounding you was incredible.
Cameras in here, and I just wanted to make sure there was no one stepping on you. The floor is yours because you've earned it. So, no, it was well done.
And just to see the station's Twitter blow up, I mean, it was constant throughout the show, and 99.9% was just loving and kind, and it was getting me emotional to see all these people saying nice things about you.
And the different publications. It was not only our website that sent out the announcement, but you had the Dallas News, Evan Grant, David Moore actually wrote something and tweeted it out in D Magazine and Dallas Observer. It was all over the place. Even nationally, people recognizing and saying the headline that you are about your retirement in the announcement. So it was, I'm telling you, go down your feed, and I know, Sean, we probably follow some of the same people, and you'll just see if you scroll on Twitter and you scroll your timeline, and it was probably every other tweet for about 2.5 hours. It's about you, your face, and then the P1s that would tag us in mentioning you, and it was constant. It was great.
There's so much negativity on social media, so for a day of positivity, it was really nice.
You can't get past some of the stuff, but you're right. It was overwhelmingly everyone thanking you for what you've done for this entire industry, not just the station or stations before. They're saying the whole entire industry, and it's true. So it was really, really fun just scrolling around yesterday.
Well, you said it was 99% positive. So, Sean, get me the names of the 1%, please.
He'll text them back.
Yeah, we're keeping a file. Don't worry.
He'll take his whole entire retirement to text them all back. It's 10:50.
Norm's vengeance.
It's the world's most dangerous midday show.
YouTube.com/@SportsGreek.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 9.
Welcome to Summer Bash. It is officially open, and we have the Hang Zone. Hello, Hang Zone.
What up? I already got some top quality tail out here for you, Norm.
Oh, Dan.
Hey, do you remember? Do you remember I booked you for the first Seggy today?
Of course I remember. I'm sitting right here with my headset on.
I know, but you told me yesterday you were going to do meatheads too, and then you didn't.
Well, there were other things to do this morning, Dan.
All right. Well, I didn't know.
We're going to do a meathead next week. And
if you had other things to do at 12:15, things happen fast.
There's no other thing to do at 12:15 but the Hang Zone.
And I did tell you, we were working on booking Norm before the big announcement. So this isn't hey, we have to hurry up and book Norm because we're on vacation next week. So we will not be able to mix with you every day and do the whole, countdown with you and stuff.
So this afternoon at Summer Bash is the last time I'm going to see you and Jake?
That's right, because when you do come in to fill in the future, we do not want contact with you.
No. I understand that.
Yeah. But, this afternoon we'll hug. We'll spoon.
It's almost like another famous Summer Bash hug that you guys had.
That's right. But, as you know, Donovan, I've switched to drugs from hugs.
Yes, you have. And I appreciate it.
Yeah. So we'll have lots of drugs out here today. Tail, there's people, there's a lot of guys here so far. The pool is filling up. The pool is Luke.
Hey, Jake.
The barbecue is hot.
What up? I wanted to tell you that I reached out to a hip-hop icon. I slid into a hip-hop icon's DMs, and he answered me back really quickly. And I'm trying to book him.
Okay.
And it's the DOC. Dallas's own. Replied really quickly. It was really nice about it, too.
Department of Corrections?
No, Norm, no.
So as soon as Norm retires,
You
Oh, right. I'm booking rappers. That's right.
Right. Yeah.
Because he told me right when I first started in 2015, he pushed me against the wall, he put the elbow under my neck.
No deal.
And said, no rappers allowed.
See, Sean, this is what's happening. Now, there's going to be a whole flurry of rappers, and we're doing Donnie baseball every week.
What's happening to me? What have you done to me, Norm?
Did you guys see on social media?
Shut up, Ham.
Somebody put out a photo of less than 2 years ago, and it was Donovan, Norm, Jer, Soroy, and Julie all posing for a show photo. And your work is complete now, Donovan. You have eliminated each one of them. One by one, it seemed like there was no coherent plan, but now we see the end of it. You know, it was just one at a time, too. It's very stealth-like.
I tried to send you guys the manifest, but you didn't read it, so...
Isn't this like a novel where...
Next week, mission done.
It's like a novel where 8 people show up in a house on an island, and slowly the murders start happening, and you got to figure out... Yeah.
I'm saying, everyone's alive.
Now we know who did it.
Yep.
The butler.
Sean.
The butler did it.
Be careful, Sean. Just be careful.
I'm worried about DJ.
You should be.
Hey, he works a 4-day work week every day. Don't worry about him.
Punting great Ray Guy died this morning.
Summer bash. Summer bash. Summer bash. Summer bash.
Hang Zone coming at you. Previously in the Hang Zone.
Yeah, like just let's name the positives of horse racing existing.
It's like anything else. If you can,
Like it sucks.
if you can gamble on it, and gambling on it is popular, it has a pretty consistent future and staying power.
It's big for hat people.
Hat people get a big year. You
I was
know,
thinking with the Met Gala and the race, it's a big month for outfits.
I agree.
My rain is nigh.
What the did you even just say, man?
That made no sense to me. That sounded foreign.
That's not a phrase, dummy. Oh, my God.
You're just both a bunch of two-bit half-rate siblings. Damn Frank Stallone and Stephen Baldwin over here.
I'm Stephen Baldwin?
Yes, you are.
Oh.
No, you did not.
I ain't got no time for this. Bye, Felicia.
Okay. No.
What did he just say?
Mm-mm. No.
Did he just say bye, Felicia?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Bye, Felicia.
Jesse, you will never run this family. So bye, Felicia, to you, Jesse.
Who's Felicia?
You are.
No, you're Felicia.
Let's just all act like adults.
You're
Yeah,
Felicia.
we can act like adults if he's Felicia, because I'm not Felicia.
Felicia?
No, you're Felicia.
It's okay.
You're Felicia.
Okay, he's not like me. Hey. I know you're not Felicia. I'm Kelvin, you're Judy, okay?
Yeah, I'm Judy.
I know you are. You want a snow cone?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get you a snow cone.
Champ, was the key to winning today's tournament bringing out the old Billy Baroo and sinking those putts like a Tommy gun on Valentine's Day?
Why are you yelling? You're a foot from me.
Scoops Callahan from the ticket here, Phil. Congratulations.
Thank you, Scoops. You know, it was a fun round, and to birdie the last hole to win by one was an awesome feeling. Scoops.
Thank you, champ.
When are they going to develop button technology that will understand urgency?
See, this is ridiculous. Just walk across.
It'll change in a second.
There's not a car in sight. Just go ahead.
Fine. You want me to cross? You want me to cross? I will cross. Makes you happy. I will cross. What's wrong? Is there a problem, Officer Palumbo? Is there a problem? You ever heard of jaywalking? Yes, I have. I'm really sorry it won't happen again. That's great. I'm writing you up a ticket.
A ticket? Are you serious?
Who the are you, what?
All right, anyway. Let's talk drop third strike. So what's the rule, Killer?
Oh my gosh, you can just replay the drop. That's probably the best way to do it.
Why did we have you on then? Why are you on the phone?
Yeah, we lost the drop. The computer failed.
Computer just froze up.
So if your batter is God, I hate this. If the batter swings and misses and the catcher doesn't catch the ball and he drops it, the batter can advance to first base if the base is open. If the base has got somebody on it, he can't advance there.
But in this particular case, there's runners on first and second.
I thought there was runners on second and third.
Oh, no.
No.
Huh.
Hang zone coming at you. Hang zone coming at you.
So you mean like, hello, this is Randy Brooks, and I never listened to bad radio on the ticket.
Interesting question. Have you ever thought about putting together the NFL all going to hell team?
It's just afternoon on Sports Radio 96.7 and 1310 The Ticket. So pop that lunch on your car tray, sit back, and hang in the hang zone.
Choose Energy gives you fantastic choices in the energy area. Choose Energy we'll hear a lot more about in the coming days on our station. Choose Energy is the way of the future.
Featuring
the devil himself, Matt Birmingham.
All right, you guys are on air.
The Patriots equipment manager.
Every once in a while, a couple of lesbians would get in there.
Blake Jones. Who Blake Jones?
It's all gravy, baby.
And now, your Hang Zone host. From noon to 3, it's Jake Kemp and Dan McDowell.
Homosexuals.
All right. All right.
All right.
All right.
All right.
How's it going? Happy Friday. Happy Summer Bash. It is Dan and Jake with you
Friday.
for our 806th show. And we have back with us today Blake Jones, who was on vacation.
Hello, fellas. Hi, friends.
Hey, Blake. How's it going?
I've never been happier.
That sounds great. Today, we will... Blake called for a segment. He wants to talk about what he did on vacation. He thinks that'll be interesting enough to peel off a segment for him. And we said, I don't care. We don't have anything else. Yeah, you could have as many segments as you want. We are at Tito's Handmade Vodka Summer Bash. Brought to you by The Village, and it's actually at The Village, so that's kind of a good deal.
Yep.
Right? They get a double dip on that. The Village of Dallas, apartment complex, Corona, and Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages. But the big news, of course, this will be come known. Like in the future, they'll know this as the Norm Hitchkus Summer Bash. And Norm has stuck around to join us. He's in the studio. He won't leave. We asked him, please, we've had enough. And he said, no, I want to be on at 12:15. Hey, Norm.
This is show 806 for you?
Yeah, have you ever counted up yours?
No, but that's the area code of Amarillo.
There you go, Jake.
Lubbock.
Can be that,
Lubbock.
too.
Yeah.
Could it be both at the same time or no?
It could be.
Oh, yeah. And by the way,
All right.
it's also the area code, sadly, where that bad tornado hit last night.
Some
Perryton,
geez.
Texas.
Bad news.
Bringing us all down here, Norm.
Hey, somebody's got to. You guys are too high, so to
Yeah,
speak.
that's true. We're having too much fun out here at Summer Bash. But yeah, obviously, we're going to be on some roundtables together later, so we'll see you again. But we did want to have you on our little program. Now it turns out it's to say goodbye, so we'll see you.
Thanks.
Good working with you. It's been fun.
I'll be out there in a bit, thanks.
It's funny. I was very offended by Norm's retirement announcement because Norm and I have gotten into our little things over the years.
Have you?
And Norm and Gordo have as well. And he singled out Gordo and he said, "Man, I know I've had some run-ins with Gordo, but he's brilliant. He's a genius, and I love Gordo." And then that was it. And I thought, whoa, what? Oh, the other guy I've had run-ins with? Yeah. not going to miss him every day. So that's fine. I get it.
Well, Dan, I want to tell you.
Don't do it. I don't care.
No,
I'm not
do it.
fishing
No.
for
Do
anything.
it. Do
I'm
it.
not fishing
Do it.
for anything. I'm just having fun, Norm.
No, your style is an acquired taste. And obviously from the ratings books, lots of people have acquired your taste, buddy.
Well, as you know, we live between two powerhouse shows, and we all reap the benefits of that.
Yep.
I think when you get you get a little Musers residual, that's very helpful. But anyway, I just heard Sean Bass play this bit the other day. I want to replay something that was done like 3 days ago.
All right.
Because I think it just encapsulates the brilliance of Norm. It is brilliant, and I want to know how you wrote it, what the thought process was behind it, so you can help set it up. I guess it was when the Rangers acquired Mark Hamburger.
Yes, the Twins were in a good way. The Twins were contending, and they wanted somebody, a good veteran, to fill in their bullpen. And Eddie Guardado had a wonderful career in Minnesota. And so they wanted Eddie back, and they gave the Rangers a kid they just drafted named Mark Hamburger, who at that point was pitching in Class A ball.
For Everyday Eddie, right?
Everyday Eddie. That's exactly right.
That was his nickname.
Yep.
And the Rangers were not contending, so we're building for the future, that kind of thing.
Yep.
All right, and you saw the name.
Loved it.
Got very excited and said, you could. The normal sports broadcaster, Norm, I think, would break down his stats, maybe look at, projections for the future, give some opinions on that. Or maybe the normal, ticket broadcaster would, ignore the whole thing, even happen. It's just a A-ball guy. But you said, I can make this. I can do something with this. So let us play. Now, were you with the great Donovan back in those days?
No, this was before the great Donovan.
Okay. So let's take you back to whatever year, 2000-something.
Yeah.
That's where I thought you would jump in, Norm, with the stat. No. 2000-something, where when the Rangers traded for a guy named Mark Hamburger.
What kind of burger had the Rangers acquired? So I went in search of information. I found that at 6'4", this hamburger had already been biggie-sized. In the 2007 draft, Major League teams selected 1,452 players in that draft, but no one wanted this hamburger, indicating that at least back then, no team thought his talent was rare. But a check of this season shows that in the Rookie League, he converted 13 of 14 save opportunities. So, all in all, about his performance this season, you'd have to say, well done. A further examination of Hamburger's numbers show that his hits allowed were almost all singles, with a few doubles and one or two triples. His superb strikeout totals apparently the result of his having excellent high cheese. He pitched in 27 games, but totaled only 36 innings, indicating he's pretty much of an in-and-out burger. A pretty high percentage of his outs are on ground balls. So with this burger, you get grounders but no flies. At age 21, he's a bit old to still be pitching in rookie ball. But the Rangers hope that he'll quickly catch up and eventually cut the mustard. The trade created little sizzle amongst the fans of the pitching poor Rangers, who believe that all this season they've been watching Hamburger pitch. And if Guardado succeeds in Minnesota, while this Hamburger fails in Texas, expect General Manager John Daniels to again be grilled. At his age and experience level, it'll be years before we know if Mark becomes a Burger King or just another jumbo dog. But at least there's some chance we'll eventually see a salty burger Ranger battery. Right after the Twins got rid of Burger to make more room for Guardado, Minnesota cut Mike Lamb indicating that at least for the rest of this season, the Twins intend to go vegetarian. Guardado had been happy as a Ranger, but now he's back in Minnesota, the scene of his greatest years in the big leagues. When reached for a comment about the trade, Guardado simply said, "I'm loving it."
What am I looking at? 15 to 20 references in there.
Incredible.
Well done, Salty. Salty, of course. Saltalamacchia, the catcher back then, right?
Yep. I've thought back about that, and the one thing I missed was the burger platter.
So, okay. I mean, it's beautiful. The cadence, the rounding, you would round third every now and again and head for home, and then, it's very similar, obviously, to the name game, but it's only one name, yet you work a whole bit around it. I want to know how, when you are sitting down the night before, do you write a list of, do you look on the, well, I guess if I know you don't look on computer. But if I'm writing a parody song, sometimes I'll go to thesaurus.com and then think of, all right, I want to mention The Village. I want to mention guys' names on the ticket. I want to mention Jake's opinion of space, so I'll write the word space down. And then I'll write a list of words that rhyme with space. Like, how does the Norm Hitzges thought process go when the second you see Mark Hamburger becomes a Ranger? What happens to you? Do you feel tingling inside? What happens after that?
I thought this was pretty fertile ground to have some fun. And then what I did was I started writing down all the Burger King terms. And
so grilled,
singles, doubles, grilled, ketchup, mustard, rare, well done, all those things.
Onions, and there's no so if you could find somewhere for onions.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Yep. But I did get in high cheese.
You did get in high cheese. And I'm loving it. So I just wonder, and wait, we've heard you, what was the one thing, Jake? It was like a Nolan Ryan start or we've done this before with you. Like, you've been doing this.
The Nolan Ryan strikeout name game.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, that's around somewhere. The Nolan Ryan strikeout name game.
Did that precede you ever doing an NFL draft name game?
No.
Okay.
I at that time was working with Merle Harmon, who's a Hall of Fame broadcaster. He was doing the Ranger play-by-play. I was doing the analysis. And what was great about Merle is he would put up with me. He was a wonderful, straight broadcaster. But as we worked together more and more, Merle would just simply think, okay, I can let him have a couple of minutes here. And in fact, this became part of our relationship. Just before we'd take air, Robert Seinfeld would say, 30 seconds to air. And Merle and I would turn to each other and say, don't screw up.
So I didn't know that. So you were I did know you did TV and you did stuff. Was that a Ranger booth or because you did ESPN too?
No, that was Ranger booth.
Okay.
I did 13, 14 years with the Rangers.
That's very uncommon. Oh, you did 14 years of TV with the Rangers?
Yeah.
Damn. That is so uncommon to have a non-athlete color commentator.
When ESPN hired me in 1990 to do baseball traveling all over the country to do 2 games a week, I was the first non-jock hired by a major network to do a major sport since Howard Cosell.
Wow, so that wasn't play-by-play either. I always assumed you were the play-by-play guy.
No, I did all color commentary.
Have you been a play-by-play guy in any?
Oh, yeah.
Like coming up?
I did, of all things, play-by-play soccer. I did.
Okay.
Yep, I did. Right, Ty? Ty's been there.
Sidekicks
and Dallas Tornado. I did for HSE. HSE, we did everything. I mean, when HSE went on the air, it was doing Texas sports broadcasting. Well, we didn't have a whole bunch of contracts in place yet. So we would do boxing events every week, and the guys in the boxing events, they'd walk in the ring and you'd think, I'm sure this guy is a retired fireman. And we did, I remember one week they called me up and they said, we want you to go to Corpus Christi this week and do the Southwest Conference Women's Tennis Championships. And I thought, I know tennis. I don't know any of these people. But it was fun doing it. It was fun careening around the country, doing all sorts of different things. I tell you what, I heard from Greg Lucas, my broadcast partner with the Rangers for 6 years. I challenge you to think of this. It's now not there anymore because of a tragedy. But for years, Greg Lucas did live on TV call of the Aggie bonfire. Think how challenging that can be for an hour. Oh, it looks lit now.
The history of the Aggie bonfire. Let's talk about that.
He also did the...
You could see this from outer space. Yeah.
He did the Hotter Than Hell 500 in Wichita Falls, the bike race. And the problem is, we didn't have like they have now in the bike races, cameras everywhere and everything. Greg's locked down in one position. There's about 3 cameras, and how in the heck do you do play-by-play for stuff like that? But it was fun, man. It was fun.
Well, Norm, that's good times. That's good fun. We'll see you out here this afternoon, perhaps.
And we'll have some more good fun.
We're not going to do special exemption Norm today at Summer Bash. By the way,
you've never done special exemption.
I've always said this off the air. If I ever get to the level of, and I never will, but if I ever even got close to the level of gravitas that Norm's career has, I would hope I would get an exemption now and again. And I'm joking. You don't really get want you to because you should get a little something. It's not like they're throwing you extra bags of money. I know that.
Dan, take the 12:30 segment off.
Oh, okay.
He's gotten the Addams family, Glenn, Mike, and Ricky, and he's sent bench to the bench 7 times. He's got...
Keep going.
Davises, including Trench, your favorite Davis. In this day and age of big dollars, he's gotten cash, money, and price. He's fanned a king and a queen. Al, Mel.
Is that all?
No, there's more.
0-1 fouled away.
But the pro is pausing for the pitch.
Ron Hesse, who was struck out twice tonight.
He's fanned a lawless and a crook and several players who've been in jail. He's gotten Ripley, believe it or not. He's gotten an alley, a shoe, a gamble, a strange, a bass, a bean, a bird, a cat, a moose, a cookie and a bip, a hacker, a belcher, and a klutz.
Was anybody named Smith in there?
Bunches of Smiths.
Yeah.
No other Ryans, by the way.
0-2, and Hesse is gone.
Sometimes, the play-by-play guy's like, I don't know how to react here. All right, well, thanks, Norm. We'll see you out here later, okay?
Hey, you got it, guys. See you out there.
The great Norm Hitchkiss. We will be back at Tito's Handmade Vodka Summer Bash after these messages.
So here's the thing. Dan's not here. He's not here, Blake.
Getting the floss?
Enjoying the AC, or?
Number 2?
I don't know. EA is on the case.
Just have EA put the headset on.
Yeah.
No, let's wait. Let's see how this goes. There he is with his Bruv shirt on.
So Dan to the stage.
Dan to the main stage.
I was talking to some of my people.
Okay.
Out here at Summer Bash. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we did. All
Did you do any stories?
No, we were waiting on you.
Okay.
Yay. So we have an update on Deion Sanders, the Colorado football coach. He might have to have the whole foot amputated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't he have half his foot gone already?
Close to half. 2 toes currently.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
He has now shared an update that he might have to have the whole foot taken off.
So we're still speculating. All right, well, that's
Fake
no
leg.
good, right?
No
That's-
leg.
It's,
Had a
yeah,
fake leg.
not good. Not
Would
good.
you rather lose your left hand or your left foot?
Ooh.
Well, you're left-handed. You're off writing hand. You're off pleasure hand.
Right.
Yeah, but that comes in handy every once in a while.
As it were.
Like the blind date.
And, you know, if you get a paper cut or something, you might have to
Remember
go
that,
there
Jake?
for a while. I heard.
What about you?
I like the hands, man. I really like them. And then if you have you can get a fake foot, right? Just get a little something on there and still ride your bike around. And
I feel like fake.
Yeah, I think losing a foot is
feet
better than a hand.
Are better than fake hands.
Yeah, that's what I'm going with.
Yeah.
Hot sports opinions.
Like you can't get a hook foot,
What about a peg leg?
but you can get a hook hand. Ooh.
You'd be like a pirate.
Now that's a whole leg, though, or at least the whole bottom part of a leg.
Yeah, to the knee.
It feels like we have better things than pegs in this day and age, though.
All right.
Like a Blade Runner leg?
Oscar Pistorius.
Yeah. Let's move on. News story. UPS drivers will now, for the first time, get air conditioning.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Are you telling me?
Yeah, I am.
That's why that door's open, bro.
Here in Texas, all these years, UPS trucks have never had air conditioning?
Yeah. So the Teamsters Union.
Yeah,
right.
your dad worked for them for long. Did
He
he ever
did.
drive?
Only during a strike.
Ah.
Yeah.
So he's the man.
He was the man. So now they will have air conditioning.
Are mail trucks air conditioned?
I don't think so.
I never even considered that. In this day and age type thing.
About 70% do not have air conditioning.
USPS?
Yes.
You're saying?
Yeah. Looks like those Amazon trucks probably do.
Yeah. That was always a job I wanted to do.
UPS driver?
Yeah. Or even just mail.
It was a great...
Because of the shorts?
Go on.
They wear shorts.
You get to dress more casually. Not then if you do radio, but... No, I worked for UPS for one college break. Our college was in...
Like a seasonal type thing?
Yeah, our college was...
Yeah.
We would get off from Thanksgiving through Christmas. And so we would get that whole month, and that was the best job you can get. The choice job, because they paid great.
That's what I heard.
For back then. Back then, minimum wage is only like 7-something now, I think. But back then it was like $3.50. You know, in the very early 90s. And they would pay nearly $20, I think, an hour. But it was brutal because it was Christmas season, so they were doubled up, so they would hire kids to and you stop and you sprint.
No, not kids.
Kid, 19, 20, you sprint in the snow, whatever, and then sprint back. Like they had I didn't realize this, I'm sure Chappie knows all about it. They had it wasn't just, hey, take a bunch of packages and go deliver them. They had like they would give you
Yeah.
so many packages that you probably can't deliver them before 5 o'clock. But whenever you deliver all these packages by, that's when you're done. And it usually took us a long. Anyway, he wanted it to be done quick, my driver, so he'd be yelling at me to run. And it was fun.
Yeah, so they did get the concession of the air conditioning, but I do think they're actually going to strike.
For other things?
Strike, yes.
Other stuff?
Yeah. As of today.
Oh, yeah? Wow.
Yeah.
So is that nationwide?
Yeah.
Damn.
Did you know mail trucks don't have airbags?
Interesting.
Just finding that out now.
Is a mail truck a Jeep? Or is there a certain...
I'm sorry.
Like, are they all Jeeps? They just seem Jeep size, and I always thought they were just Jeeps.
Why would they be Jeeps?
I don't know. Like, does Jeep produce... Doesn't somebody have to produce mail trucks? Are they Fords? Are they...
Point.
What's
He's
the
boxed
deal?
me in.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Dan's onto something. I have no idea what a mail truck is.
Yeah,
it's its own thing.
Either. Yeah.
Like a Amazon truck is kind of a van.
Can you go buy like a mail 250?
Let's see. In the U.S., the Grumman is the most common vehicle used by letter carriers, replacing the previous standard letter-carrying vehicle, the Jeep DJ.
Whoa!
All right.
Thank you.
Look at that.
When did it replace it?
See, I don't see the year. Let me try to find it.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You got to win.
Get a win.
Yeah, that's a
Just
huge
take
win.
it. Yeah.
85?
And they got the steering wheel on the right, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
how does that work?
They probably make them in England.
Libs.
Okay, yeah. That's good. Yeah.
You ever driven a car?
In my life, yeah.
The opposite
No.
steering.
No.
Okay. I know you're our overseas traveler.
Yeah.
What do you do? Just rickshaw?
Yeah. I just take a rickshaw.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, that's going to do it for the 1:30 news today.
Right now, though, Jake is the topic matter. And we throw it to Blake for Thursday replay. This will probably go into the next segment, Blake, because we got to get ourselves on time for a nice Ted Emmerich golf update and et cetera.
Yeah, and we have a lot to get to here.
All right. Oh, wait.
Throwback Thursday.
Yes. Throwback Thursday, Friday.
Right.
So, Fight Night's coming up, guys.
I heard about that.
Is there a sign up here at the Summer Bash?
Right there.
Okay. Excellent.
So P1's interested in fighting at Fight Night can email in or go to Summer Bash and sign up.
If you get all crossways with someone in the pool and he's hitting on your girl, don't settle it here.
No.
Yeah. Go sign up for Fight Night.
So we wanted to, and really, when you think about Fight Night and the greatest fight in ticket Fight Night history, it's clear. It's not TC's. It's Jake versus Mike in Duncanville. Mm-hmm. And so to recap, Mike in Duncanville was a routine Cowboys postgame caller who, I believe, whole goal was to irritate Norm, right?
I mean,
if he has any positive qualities, that's it.
Yeah,
he also loved the Cowboys. I do think that should be said.
Okay. I mean, at the base, yes, Dan, it's a great bit, just to irritate Norm. Here's a little taste of that.
Look at Tom Brady's offense. That's not a fair stat, Norm. What I'm talking about, Norm.
After 10 games, stats become fair. Matt Ryan, this is not a team.
Are you telling me that was a good game plan to go out and try to run the football?
I think it was a hell of a good game plan. I think it was a hell of a good game plan because you don't want to give all the Breeze 14 or 15 times in the game. Mike, if you'd have thrown it 50 times, you'd have lost 70. You'd have lost 75 to 17, Mike.
It was going to happen. No, bullshit, Norm. It was going to happen
Mike,
no matter what.
Mike, goodbye. Goodbye.
Yeah. Had enough.
Profanity
with the language
was too much.
And so he, routine caller, fought with Norm a lot, and in his eyes, he became a pretty recognizable name and voice on the station. So much so that he began asking for more airtime. And I believe, Jake, fill me in here, but he began tweeting at everyone on the station that, he was a name. He needed more airtime. He deserved to be on the air just as much as you in particular, which I think upset you.
I believe the phrase that he used to use was, I moved the needle.
Yeah, we'll hear that.
Okay.
But that's kind of how this thing built, was he went from caller in the post game to now he fights with Norm, and you could even hear it, in some of the clips where Norm, let's go to Mike in Duncanville. He knew what was happening.
Yeah.
And so he just, his self-worth gets inflated because he thinks he moves the needle. So I know, Jake, you took issue with him, but how did he go from that guy to, okay, let's fight at Fight Night?
Okay, so here's what happened. He said repeatedly, I moved the needle, I deserve a show. And I said, well, I can't help you with that, but if you would like an internship for, at the time, Bad Radio, I'm happy to welcome you. And he said, I'm not an intern. I'm a host.
Wow.
And that's where things got a bit sideways.
Yeah, you offered to teach him how to edit
Yeah,
audio.
I was like, all right. Yeah, I mean, I had the emails. I was like, all right, here's the program we use, and you can learn how to do this and this.
Same thing maybe you told Monty or somebody back in the day. And
Right.
And they did
he
it.
was not having that.
Worked themselves onto the air somehow.
Right.
But he didn't. He had already done the work. So he was ready for the air now.
He moved the needle.
Yeah,
clearly. So this, something had to have happened, right? He mouthed off, or somebody dropped in, hey, you two should fight at Fight Night.
I think that actually, as many things do, I think that actually happened on Twitter. Like, he's tweeting me nonstop, hey, where's my job? Where's my hosting gig? And I said, dude, enough. And someone said, why don't you fight at Fight Night? And I said, why not?
All right, so he signs up for Fight Night.
Shut up, Pam.
And when you sign up for Fight Night, this is a legit ordeal. There are actual trainers at Fight Night, real judges. Lawrence Cole is the referee, a renowned boxing referee. It's legit.
Yeah.
So you have to come up to the station, you get weighed, height measured, yada, yada, yada. And while he was doing that, you guys decide to have him on the air. Now, Dan is not in this audio. Dan was out that day. So what was that meeting like? Like, was it an easy decision to have him on?
Yeah, I don't know if I would say it was easy. It was just that, we were trying to...
Did you say this is already after Fight Night's booked?
Yeah.
Okay,
he was
interview fighters sometimes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Exactly, and he was up there for that.
Well, okay, and just sensing Bob's tension, I feel like you may have had to sell him on it.
That's fair.
So that's why I asked. So you guys have Mike and Duncanville in studio, and it goes about the way that you think. You have to dump them twice. Let's hear it next.
Ooh, that's a tease, America. That is a tease.
The ticket salutes our legend, Norm Hitzges.
It is not. Gus, that's an idiot statement.
I'm sorry. That's it. I'm sorry.
Appreciate you, pal.
What the hell are you doing making excuses? You're doing it using my tip sheet, and you're such a good handicapper. Why the hell are you using the tip sheet? Why are you so stupid as to use a tip sheet that costs you money? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. No, never.
48 years on DFW Sports Radio, 23 years on The Ticket. Happy retirement, Norm, from Sports Radio 96.7 and 1310, The Ticket.
There's Jake at Fight Night many years ago fighting Mike in Duncanville, and I think where we left off, Blake, is Mike's in studio for some pre-fight hype, right?
Yes.
All right.
He is.
Let's go.
Yeah, it goes like you think it is. It's a 10 or 11-minute interaction. I boiled it down to about 90 seconds.
All right.
Here's how it went.
You're very amped right now.
I am amped right now because Jake is a little bitch. Because Jake just sits there and cries about everything. Space is super gay. Don't put pictures of your kids online. He's just always crying about something.
Okay.
So those feel like less or more substantive things than arguing about whether or not they should run the football more. Run a counter, run a draw, do some wildcat.
They're not as entertaining as I am, Jake. I move the needle. I win e-brakes, Jake.
He moves the
Look
needle.
at the tape.
He calls in and curses at a radio Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
so
and
he
it's
needs
called
more airtime.
entertainment, buddy.
So here's what it comes down to. Like, if you really thought about it.
What
Sat down and thought.
What are you going to do, Jake?
Dude, you'll never be able to touch me. How tall are you? 5'8"? He just,
right here.
He just broke a $100 pair of headphones that we have for.
Try not to throw the beats.
He didn't bring his own headphones?
No.
Just because you got a little bit of height on me, you think I got a little bit of reach, you think I'm just going to step back while you sit there and jab me? No, I'm going to thunder you.
Okay. Do you have any sort of fight strategy?
When?
Well, when the fight happens.
What do you mean? Don't get hit and hit him.
Okay,
Bob.
all right. That's pretty advanced. I like it. I'm just curious
What
if you
was
had a
that
game
noise
plan.
he just made? Mark that.
Did you like that, Jake?
Tensions are high.
This is great.
All right, back
This is what
to
Fight
present
Night's all
time
about,
now.
man.
Yeah.
This is Again, you could sign up for Fight Night out here at Summer Bash, but this is. I got to give Mike this. Good at the lead up. Good at making us want to see this fight.
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
So we actually ran into each other in the bathroom before this audio that you're hearing now, and he wanted a piece.
Oh, so this wasn't like, hey, I'm just off the air.
Check,
we're
1,
cool.
2, 1, 2.
Not at all.
Okay,
No,
he was
in the
that's
audio.
awesome.
In
That
the-
even makes it better.
Yeah.
In the
But
audio,
it might have made it worse for Mike in the long run because Jake actually went and trained and cared.
Big time. Yeah.
I think Jake, you said he tried to hip check you in the bathroom. In
He
the
did.
Audio.
He threw a little hip.
So, okay, so then that night, I was working in. I've worked at a lot of the fight nights, and the energy that you felt leading up to that fight was intense.
Yeah.
Like, it was the biggest crowd that I remembered for a fight night. Everyone was there for one fight, and
Was
everyone,
it near the end of the evening?
Oh, yeah.
Was it the marquee fight?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
Oh, did you see the way he just looked at you?
Like,
bro.
Well, I mean, what are we going to do? We're going to put...
Come on. And now for the first fight at 3:15.
all right.
Jake Kemp.
Look, they don't always make perfect decisions here at the ticket.
Right.
Fair.
What were you feeling? Like, were you nervous? Like, this guy's kind of nuts?
Super.
Okay.
Super nervous. I think I did like 4 months of boxing classes, but then when I got out there, he was so much bigger than I thought. Like, his arms were big. He just looked huge. To me, anyways.
Yes.
I mean, I'm a little fella.
So, like,
you know?
I remember being back there with you because we were all, like, really wanting you to destroy him, right?
Yes.
Like,
I appreciate that.
we wanted you to absolutely kill him.
Oh, yeah, the P1s on your side.
Everyone but Norm on your side.
He bet against me.
And I tried to talk to you for, like, this was probably 20 minutes before the fight.
Yeah.
I wasn't even there. Like, you were looking right through me.
Yeah, I think Kat has a similar story. I don't know, dude. I was just...
Yeah, you were in it, man.
Think about how bad it would have gone if he would have just
So
killed
the fear of getting beat in front of everybody.
And the fear of you, really.
Oh, come on.
And you can tell in the pre-fight. So here, like, you interview Mike and Duncanville, then you go to Jake. Jake was locked in.
We're here with a very focused ferret. Jake, what's going through your mind right now?
Let's do this. He doesn't want to talk. He wants action.
This is not a bit. This is organic. This just occurred out of nowhere. You actually don't like this guy.
No, I hate him. He's a loudmouth a-hole.
You reached out to him once Mike had emailed everybody here.
do this. Let's fight!
Wow.
Let's fight! Fight!
So Dan is trying to be a radio man and reset, and Jake's like, no, come on.
Well, and also,
and I regret
Okay, we're
that.
gonna do
Yeah,
this
like-
or not.
I mean, it is an on-air bit.
Yeah,
you know.
I know.
But I don't blame you. No time for that, man. I'd never been more proud of a coworker than that night.
Thank you.
And so, in listening back to the fight, it sounds like Mike in Duncanville was trying the rope-a-dope. I don't know. It got off to a really weird start. I pulled a little bit of the fight audio here. I think this is from round 2.
His left liver.
Which on
Kemp moves in with the right. Kemp again. Kemp is connecting. Actually rocked him there.
Down he goes.
That is the knockdown.
Down he goes.
I think we will get a standing 8 count there.
Absolutely, we will.
Lawrence Cole with 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. He checks Mike in Duncanville to see that he's fine. He is, and we continue in round 2.
So basically, though, was it a destruction from start to finish?
Oh, yeah. That guy was never in it.
Yeah, he, again, like I've said, he didn't really want to fight. And, like, I had done...
he wanted to hype.
I'd done sparring.
Yeah.
So, like, I had gotten rocked
He
like
didn't-
4 or 5 times by a guy much bigger than me, much more experienced than I was. And I'm thinking, all right, this guy's going to hit me. It's going to be embarrassing. What's Dan going to say?
Did he ever hit you?
Not at all.
Okay, you didn't
Not
walk
at
out
all.
of there feeling like, oh, man.
Not at all.
Not even a body blow?
Not. There might have been one body blow, but,
Okay,
he
but he
didn't want to
train.
fight. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So he was just kind of trying to avoid you and move around the ring?
Yeah. Which is a decent strategy because I didn't know what to do about that. I'm like, all right, I guess I have to walk this guy down
Yeah,
now.
most guys that I'm sparring with spar.
Exactly. They come at you. Exactly.
Well, and what are there, 1-minute rounds? You don't really have a lot of time to do that.
You do not.
So, yeah, the fight was a little weird, but then, yeah, you knock him down in round 2. I think you won every round. And then...
all 9.
That's exactly right, yeah.
But then we catch up with Mike in Duncanville after the fight, and do you think he tipped his cap to you?
I think
Mike,
so, yeah. He was, yeah.
That kind of, that checks out, right?
You got to be disappointed in yourself there.
It's too late at night. I'm usually in bed right now. I'm tired.
Hey, watch the language.
Whoa. Here are the excuses.
Watch the language. No cussing here, Mike. Well, what did did you not prepare for this fight?
No, I did, but like I said, I'm usually asleep right now.
Oh.
Tired.
Just tired. Just didn't have it tonight.
No.
Mike, anything you want to say is kind of to make peace with this crowd?
More me. More me.
More me.
Still more him. It never ends.
All right, so there is no reconciliation with Jake?
No.
Did the better man win?
Did the better man win, Mike?
No, absolutely not. If we would have gone on the ground, if we didn't have gloves on...
Oh, if they had just gone another round.
We need
he doesn't even want his medal, his participation medal. He's thrown it in the Ohio River.
Please don't throw any objects, please.
So, because it was late at night...
That was great, yeah.
And he had to wear boxing gloves.
Yeah, those silly gloves.
He's more of a street fighter.
Go to the ground.
Jake, you've had a lot of really awesome moments. I think this may be your best. This post fight interview is up there.
I am here with the ticket ferret, Jake Kemp. Jake, that was a destruction.
I think we should call that a knockout. He was on the ground half the fight. He only landed one. First and foremost, I want to thank my trainer at the gym in Arlington, thegym.org, my man Ryan Connor.
Thank you for thanking me.
If you don't back up, I'm going to hurt you again.
Mike doesn't care. He's
Number
talking.
2, I'd like to thank my nutritional partner, the taco joint. Number 3, because God always comes third, I'd like to thank our Lord and Savior who died for our sins, Harambe. And number 4, I'd like to thank this punk bitch. You are welcome to not only not call again, but to stop listening to the station in our estimation. Go someplace else for your bitching.
Awesome.
What a night.
Where is that little bitch today? When was the last time anyone heard from him?
That was about
He's right here. He's co-hosting the...
Yeah.
That seriously was about it. Like
it kind of was.
Yeah, that neutered it.
Yeah.
Neutered his
gone.
The bluster, the bravado. That was great, dude. You didn't sound bad. You sounded awesome.
Well, maybe he's going to apply for Norm's spot.
That's right. It's available. All right. Why Today Doesn't Suck is next.
Once again, the Hang Zone presents Why Today Doesn't Suck.
So, you just played a bad radio Why Today Doesn't Suck open, right? Just a yes or no
main man,
question.
Jake.
You did, right?
No, that was a Hang Zone open.
Play it again.
It's kind of hard to do. I can find it.
Once again, Bad Radio presents Why Today.
That is a bad radio one. I'm sorry.
And now, here are your hosts, Jake Kemp and Dan McDowell.
Steve. Thank you, Ham. At 2:57, here he is, Ham.
Thank you, Jake. Eatsies Market and Bakery brings you Mailman Dan.
And here at Summer Bash, like we've been here.
Look at that butt.
But I would not say it's really started.
He is pretty hot.
Until now, because we now welcome in the hard line, everyone.
Minus Bob. Yeah, Bob's still sick.
Bob.
We do have a couple of Daves and maybe a Corby.
Hi,
Maybe
Corby.
Corby's out today, too.
No, he was here just a minute ago.
What a
Don't
bitch.
you remember talking to him?
Nope. I haven't seen him all day.
I think he's doing a beer bong right now.
I mean, he is the snake.
Beer bong.
There he is.
There is some grade A box out here already, Davey.
Okay, buddy.
The booty.
No one's doing box.
Oh, we're on.
We are. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just talking to
We were
the
having
P1.
box talk.
Yeah.
I was just hanging with the P1.
Hello.
Absolutely no way you were doing that.
Yeah, I was.
If I know you.
Chicks. You know what I mean?
Unless it was trying to get some digits.
Oh, another picture. Okay, yeah, sure.
Or sink some digits.
Hell yeah, Davey.
Yeah, bro. Never too early for that.
We're going double knuckle this afternoon.
Okay.
Or sweaty.
That's just...
So today is Friday, June 16th, 167th day of the year, 198 days remain in 2023 on this day.
Double knuckle.
Well, no, the second
smell your
knuckle.
knuckle.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He gets
So,
it.
yeah.
He understands.
Call him
Okay.
Tim Wakefield. With
Or wait,
that
that's
knuckleball.
the
That's no, yeah. That's you're going 3 knuckles deep.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
Let's slow down.
And he gets fisted.
It's like you're holding a bowling ball.
On this day in 1963, the world's first female space traveler.
Okay.
26-year-old Valentina Tereshkova. Soviet. The Soviets sent a lady
She
into
had
space.
the turn signal on for the entire orbit.
All the aliens like, is she turning? What's going on? Why is she doing this? She getting over?
On this day in 2010, Michael Young passed.
To move
Who?
positions.
As the
Michael
Rangers'
Choice.
all-time franchise hits leader. Who did he pass?
All right. Let's think about this.
Who
Dave.
had the most hits ever for the Texas Rangers before Michael Young?
Pooch.
You got a guess?
Pooch.
Not Pooch.
Wow.
Wasn't here long enough.
Ruben Sierra?
Rusty.
Mike Hargrove.
Andrew Bentadini.
Will Clark?
No
you guys
way.
aren't even trying. It's,
Jeff Burrows.
Oh yeah. Is it
Dave Hostetler.
an older player?
Yeah,
It's a past play. I think that's twice this week.
No, you're right. It's Pudge.
It's a future player.
Pudge, what's
okay.
up? Hey, Seamheads, what's up?
That's right.
Matter of fact, last night, little Seamhead text to the group. Little Otani talk.
That's when I'm a little sad I'm not in. I don't get sad that I'm not in
The
group
baseball
text.
bunch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Diamond text.
Like I was...
You were cut out.
I was always in the off-air discussions, and then I just don't get in the text thread. You know, as a guy who invited you into the other text thread, and I lobbied for you. I
What
think
one is
you
that?
Might help me.
That's an awesome one, though.
I can't tell you.
That's
Yeah,
the secret
I know.
one that
I know that's the secret one, and I want in the baseball.
that I get happy every time. I don't respond a lot, but I look. I like to look.
One of the best threads I've ever been a part of.
Yeah.
Is that the female Big Poppy text chain?
Okay.
That's a different one.
Didn't we find out Blake has a text thread with
Oh.
people from our fun text thread, like with just a couple?
Yeah, he has one with it's just DJ, Monty, and Blake.
They're just some things you guys don't need to know about.
Like, that's just... I thought we're
Now they're
pros.
talking about us.
He'll get out his phone and just start laughing during the
bros.
meeting. What's that, dude? Oh,
Nah,
my
you wouldn't get it.
mind.
You wouldn't
That's my
get it.
knuckle.
Yeah. Absurd.
On this day in 1858, Abraham Lincoln said the slavery issue
my knuckle.
Slavery!
had to be resolved, saying,
Slavery!
a house divided against itself cannot stand.
Yeah, but what about the crops?
And the rights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tobacco is not going to harvest itself.
No.
I don't think he thought that far ahead. And on this day in 2020...
Was there any, like, plantation owner that looked out and was like, look, I really
Here we go.
agree with everything old Abe is saying, but, man, we got a lot of work here to do.
Yeah, every one of them.
But, I mean, were they also sympathetic to the slaves? Like, golly, these guys are really nice, and they can throw the Frisbee and stuff.
Way to go. Seems so hard.
Oh, the Frisbee.
It's just, it's such a big field.
Famous marriages on this date, Rod Stewart and Penny Lancaster in 2007. He was 62, she was
35.
36.
When did he
Corby's
divorce
on
the
fire
stomach
today.
pump?
Nice.
Yeah. I think he married her because she had the stomach pump that actually got the goo out of him.
That's right. The goo.
I thought he had his stomach pumped on their honeymoon. All the Cabana boys were lined up.
Honey, the goo.
Did they use that for, like, sauce on the cake?
Okay.
It's Summer Bash, Jake.
Sauce?
Cake sauce.
You mean frosting?
Icing?
Well, sometimes a cake that's already frosted will then have this other stuff, and it'll look like it's... Never mind.
Or it could be
Fondant.
like a tres leches. Like it just is soaked through.
Blake, are you coming out here?
Sort of a glaze.
And on this day in 1943, Charlie Chaplin married Una O'Neill. So, Charlie Chaplin was 54. She was...
18.
Oh, yeah.
Spanish for one O'Neill.
Jake remembers. She was 18.
Yeah.
54 years old and 18.
And this was not his first go-around with
That's you. Are you 54?
With a teenager, 53. Yeah. It's like me marrying Olivia Dunn.
How old was
That's
she?
a bingo now, by the way.
How old was she when she met him?
Yeah, they had been courting.
Yeah.
Surely he was grooming her since she was
you go back and you watch Charlie Chaplin docs. It's, he's the greatest entertainer of the 20th century. But because there was a whole slew of them that were way, way underage.
Look.
18 is
back in
of
that day,
age, actually.
No, but he went
Back in the
younger.
day,
I mean, but he was a little tramp.
Sixth grade, huh?
you know,
It was a
if you were
different
in
time.
Japan, the age of consent there was just raised from 13.
I heard that.
Right now?
Yes.
Muse said this morning that they just moved it to 16.
Oh, my God.
I want to say. Yeah.
From 13.
Yeah.
13.
And we'll do some birthdays now. We had yesterday, I missed the birthday of Hang Zone show open creator Jordan George Richardson. The music bed.
The average age of consent.
Former drummer
Was
for Ringo Starr's all-star band.
Ringo Starr needed a drummer. It's like John Bonham needing a drummer.
Now I get it.
Yeah, I didn't understand before that Ringo Starr.
Travis Barker.
Oh, man. Yeah, Led Zeppelin.
P1 birthdays. My son Carl Hansen is 30 from Eric. Wants to hear George yell, "It's a monkey." Has George yelled, "It's a monkey"?
It's a monkey!
Oh, there he is. Hey, Dan, this is the Pro Semite P1. I'm turning 48. Leaders are Hang Zone Girl Dads. Keep Kemp spinning from Seth Coles. My brother Matt Tepper is 39 from Greg.
The great Greg Tepper.
great.
Al Lopez is 43 from Pilo in Plano. His,
Pete O'Brien.
His request is everybody to do their best fake Blake impression. Now, what does Blake even sound like? Because I don't. Is that offend you, Blake?
It doesn't offend me at all, no.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. Joining us now is
Why would
Fake
that
Blake.
offend me?
I'm going to get in that pool later.
I think
Cool,
that's a good
man.
idea.
And you can't stop me.
That's a great idea.
I think so.
You know
I'm gonna
what?
get- You know what I'm going to do in there? I'm going to swim.
First, you know what I'm going to do?
I'm going to swim, swim, swim.
What's that?
I'm going to research the basketball stats.
He sounds real country.
He looks real happy, too.
Lady Eagles are playing tonight.
Yeah, they are. We can play some pool basketball in there, too.
I just got a real funny text from DJ.
Text Blake to
Yes.
22126.
He said Fridays are fun days. I said, ha.
We're going to wear matching shirts to Summer Bash.
Sorry, Blake.
P1 husband Steve.
Bork.
From Kristen. Let's see.
Steve.
My buddy Rob Davis is 39. His
Bork.
leader is making everyone in the car shut up during the 840 bit.
The funny thing about EA is he doesn't really look fat waist down.
And his leader is awkward elevator rides with Dan after the high tea movie of the month.
Most of
He's
them
pretty
don't.
ripped.
Do you know what I'm saying?
From Chris.
No, most of them don't.
Them.
Spencer Bass is 40.
Stupid
From
takes.
Tommy. Juan Villataro has a birthday from Michael, and the birthday of my dad, Mike Blaze, the biggest P1 in Michigan. He'd like to hear Bob Rear-Ended Gentleman. That's from Jack. Now, some of these people requested the exact same thing, and I've saved it to the end. It is actually a request for a Summer Bash joke-off.
Wow.
Between Line 4 guy and Dutch Pentameter. Is Line 4 guy here? I haven't seen him all day.
Here I am, Dan.
Oh,
hey.
there he is. L4G.
Hi. Well, it seems a young woman was taking golf lessons and had just started playing her first round of golf when she suffered a bee sting. Her pain was so intense that she decided to return to the clubhouse for medical assistance. The golf pro saw her heading back and said, "You're back early. What's wrong?" "I was stung by a bee," she said. "Where?" he asked. "Between the first and second hole," she replied.
Oh, no.
He nodded and said, "Your stance is far too wide."
It's topical because of the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
Right.
She was stung on the perineum.
But they didn't mean the hole on the golf course.
Right. Which was the confusion.
Well,
My
let me
turn.
move on. Oh!
Hey, Dutch.
Dutch.
Hey, Dutch.
You want a joke?
Well, of
Yes.
course.
Afraid the kids wouldn't like to eat deer. Mom and Dad tried to sneak some mysterious meat onto the kids' plate. Of course, the little girl asks what kind of meat they're eating, and reluctant to tell her, the mom says, "Don't worry, sweetie. It's named something I call Daddy all the time."
Ah! Oh,
Maybe his name was Richard.
Or maybe it was like exotic game like Dick from Africa.
Right.
Perineum. He knew that.
Yeah, well, dude,
Yeah.
he's got a lot of
That's a
issues
cool
down
word.
there. He knows everything down there. He's like a doctor.
Go Dave.
Other birthdays today, we have Phil Mickelson, 53.
Oh, is Phil going to make the cut? The coot?
no.
Not doing very well today.
Oh, shocker.
Oh, dear.
I guess he'll still get all that money, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kerry Wood,
His stance is
46.
far too wide.
Still the most
The
impressive
greatest.
pitching performance, perhaps, in the history of the league.
I never thought of his name as Kerry Wood. So is that like, is his dad weird? Your last name is Wood. You would name it Kerry? Like, why isn't his name Chopping? Like,
Are you doing your
bit.
Yeah, is this your set?
His dad is doing a bit. I never thought of that.
This is from his Cubs stand-up routine.
I'm just saying, I've never noticed that. Just like the Panhandle, I didn't know what it was.
Did this kill in
Can I get a
Chicago
drink?
when you did this?
My point is,
Was this your audition
his
for,
dad-
for Second City?
was his dad doing a bit? And I didn't know it.
I don't know. Wait, is that the end?
Did he carry
Not a
wood?
joke.
considering his dad's name is pitching.
Like Jason Sudeikis is down there like, I can't compete with this. I want off Saturday Night Live.
I think he changed his name. It was Mark prior.
Oh, my God. That is so bad.
That's actually pretty good.
No, it is not, dude.
Let's give the kids some credit.
Hello.
4 minutes left.
It's our Cubs routine.
Bring back Landrum.
Right?
Wow.
Landy.
He worked here on the weekend.
Yeah, I was upset
Kevin
with you
Landrum
guys,
works
and now-
on the weekends. I believe.
Now you feel good.
Hala.
Kyrie.
Hala. Hula. Vaitai.
Yeah.
Big V is 30.
Yeah.
Bob my pigged him at Super Bowl media night.
Touch the V.
TCU.
Roberto Duran is 72.
No
That
more.
guy's still alive.
Sorry.
I-
I hope he's not next year at this time.
Still in hospice.
Al Cowlings is 75.
Oh, my goodness.
Did you watch all them fights, like Leonard and Duran and stuff, Dan?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that weird? Like, we were really into boxing as kids. I watched all of them.
Sure.
Then you
Now-
grew up to skip out on fights to go smoke pot.
Name 2 boxers current.
Errol Spence.
That's one, I think. Or is that
Jake
That's-
Paul.
That's one. Yeah.
Yeah, all
Does
right.
that count? Gary Coleman? Didn't he fight one time?
Minute Bowl.
I could name
Butterbean. Come on, Butterbean.
Mike in Duncanville.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Although he's a bit of a tomato can.
Yeah.
Let's see. Wally Joyner, 61. Justin Jefferson is 24.
JJ.
Baby Jeff.
Drafted before CD.
And
Or no, after, right?
Yeah, after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
21, I'm going to say?
But they'll never say
20.
that was a mistake.
20.
All right.
Lori Metcalf is 68.
Roseanne. Very fun.
There's a meme
Lot of
out there where
Emmys.
she's got 6 hot dogs in her mouth.
No, that's not Lori Metcalf.
I just saw it.
John Cho, 51.
Is that Margaret's dad?
That's the Invincible Cho.
Yeah, they're all related.
As Jake said the other
They?
day, it's that guy from that Weed movie.
Whoa.
Harold and Kumar.
Yeah.
He's Harold? He's Harold.
Okay.
Definitely Harold.
Of course,
Kumar
definitely.
is... Who's Kumar? He's somebody famous as well, but
It's like a
he
senator or
worked, he
something,
worked
right?
in the White House.
Doesn't he work with Gopher?
I'm throwing this to Jake, and he's ignoring me.
Yeah, I got nothing.
You don't know the guy's name? He worked in the White House.
I can't remember. No.
Gopher from the Love Boat. That's a nice 50-year-old reference.
Thank
Cal
you.
Penn.
Cal Penn.
There you go.
That's right. Why didn't his dad name him Bick? Come on.
What's the
Hey!
Jeez. That's so bad.
I don't see you trying. I see Dan and Mino giving great effort over here to this.
Mino?
Yeah.
Have you met my sister Fountain?
Look at that.
You're gonna reward that.
Yeah.
Just make you cry like a little bitch.
Man, Mike was right.
Yeah.
I'm going to train him. I'm going to take him under my wing.
You're like Apollo Creed.
Yeah, who better to train your boxing
4,
than me?
3.
Hold on. Hold on!
Whoa.
Now he's mad.
You just scared
Good
everyone
EA.
out here at summer.
All right.
And we dumped it, too. We caught it in time.
You have to dump that?
I know, right?
Unbelievable.
I know.
Unbelievable.
So
You can
Say it again.
You can say hole, and you can say ass.
Libs.
All right. I mean, why aren't we in break yet? I don't
Yeah.
know what Ham's doing here.
Yeah. Wasting his money is what he's doing.
Been asking for the countdown.
3,
What's the countdown?
2, and you're done.
Shut it down!
Bye, Dan.
Let's go!
More EA next.
Bye, EA.
YouTube.com/@SportsGreek.
Perfect. Here's Dave.
So yesterday, when we had Gordon up for E! News, and we had a very sexually charged E! News, One of the stories was about the latest lawsuit that has been leveled against Bill Cosby, America's dad.
Nah.
So
Not
9
anymore,
women.
Right? They can't call him America's dad.
America's rapist?
Yes, America's rapist.
So 9 women have accused Bill Cosby of sexual assault in a new lawsuit in Nevada. So this was filed Wednesday in the U.S. District Court of Nevada. And yesterday we didn't have the names of any of the women associated with the lawsuit, but now we do. And all of them are, I guess they were up-and-coming actresses or models at the time. No one that we necessarily have heard of. Not to say that their victimhood is any less important. However, one of those named in this lawsuit is supermodel Janice Dickinson.
Really? Is that the Price is Right gal?
No.
I thought she was the 1800s author.
Fill me in on your joke.
Emily Dickinson.
Okay, thank you.
My Mark Pryor joke was way better.
Okay, Janice Dickinson, I'm very familiar with. Are you sure she's not Price is Right?
Yeah, I'm relatively sure. She was more like a magazine cover model.
There was a Janice on Price is Right, but it's not Janice.
There was a Janice on Price is Right, but
not this lady.
All right. So she has a long history with Bill Cosby. She accused him of sexual assault in 2014. She sued him for defamation in 2015. She testified against him in his 2018 trial. In this case, she alleges that Cosby invited her to Lake Tahoe around 1982 to discuss a potential role on his TV show, I guess The Cosby Show.
Yeah, or Fat Albert.
And so they were having dinner together, and Dickinson says that Cosby offered her a pill after she complained that she was having menstrual cramps.
So this is such a go-to move by the Cos, if you read up on all the affidavits, that it typically either the women say they're having a headache or they're tired or, yes, they're sore for whatever reason, muscle cramps, menstrual cramps, and
whatever
he
it is.
always
They're just complaining
He
about
has something special just for that.
Yes, always has a specific pill for it.
So she says she takes the pill, and then she became woozy, dizzy, and disoriented. She says that as she continued to feel the effects of the pill, Cosby invited her to, quote, finish their conversation in his hotel suite.
Uh-huh.
And then that is where he
vaginally and anally raped her.
with his penis.
Yeah, you don't have to say that, Dave.
Well, it's right here. It's right here in the copy. What does that
He's
say?
a newsman.
That's penis.
All right, quit saying it. Our boss
We're
is
all-
right.
And it's highlighted.
We're all adults here.
Right.
He only highlighted the word penis on that whole story.
Yes.
Everything I see looks like a
Raise
penis.
your hand if you have seen a penis.
Here's my penis.
All right.
See? Everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Daddy did not raise his hand.
Yeah, he has to lift
He's
up
a
his.
smoothie.
I've seen Daddies.
He has to lift up his belly to see his penis. Arnold Schwarzenegger has recently given an interview with Chris Wallace. Chris Wallace has some show now on Max and CNN called Who's Talking? I don't know. But he recently interviewed Arnold Schwarzenegger, and so he asked, this was the question that was presented to Arnold. The Constitution says that the president has to be a natural-born U.S. citizen. If not for that, would you have run for president? And Arnold says, of course. And then he said, I mean, think about it now. Who's there? There's really not a person that can bring everyone together. Who is here today that people say, okay, he's not too old, or he's not too this, or he's not too that? Put me in because, look, it's a no-brainer. I see so clearly how I could win the election.
He could.
Yeah.
I don't think
He
there's
totally could.
any doubt in my mind. Now, it may be a little tougher now, but if he would have left the state of California whenever he was governor and instantly run like Ronald Reagan did, he would have won that literally that year.
He was governor from 2003 to 2011. When did all the stuff with his nanny and all his Me Too stuff hit? Was that a little bit later?
I think it was afterwards.
Was it after? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it all came out afterwards that he was having an affair with his.
I think that might have been 2011 when that happened.
With his
Yeah,
maid.
so maybe he couldn't have ridden right into the White House.
Oh, look at Dunham getting a little snack, getting a little marg.
Yeah, that's right.
Marg.
A little frozen awesome.
Yeah.
Get the commander all lubed up. All right, I have a visual aid for this next one.
Okay.
Oh, it's a penis.
No, it is not.
No.
So we like to clown on DJ Khaled from time to time. We saw him recently because he, of course, was at the finals games in Miami, always wearing his white circus tent at the whiteout.
He's a big guy.
And so he was recently, after the finals were over, he took a vacation to Turks and Caicos because all he has is money and time to burn.
Is DJ Khaled worth $100 million? I mean, if he's not, he's worth 50 or 25. Or something
Yeah,
like that.
easily 100
At least
million.
50.
He can afford Turks and Caicos. Let's put it that way.
Ty?
Looking it up as we speak. Let's see. Would you like to guess any more here? Would you final
I'm going
guesses?
to guess officially $50 million.
56.
60.
20 million yen.
All right, DJ Khaled, celebrity net worth $75 million.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
He's got the dough. He's got the dough.
So while he was in Turks and Caicos, he tried riding an electric surfboard.
Uh-oh.
Are you familiar with
Y'all
these?
seen those freaky things? I've seen people at the lake riding those
Yeah,
things.
they're wild because they can. Once you get going, you can get way up off the
Yeah.
water.
I don't know how you ride
Only
those.
the prop is in actually under the surface, and
Yeah.
you're maybe 3 or 4 feet up.
So it's the same concept as a scooter, bike, whatever. Like you get on it and it
But
goes
it's in the water, yeah.
Right. Like how do you
unland?
Yeah, unland.
Unland, yeah. Water.
How do you remain balanced if you're not familiar with that? That
I
would
don't know.
seem impossible, George.
It would seem impossible.
Right.
Have to
Thank
separate
you.
all those
Thank you for that.
syllables.
Okay, so he is so all over social media. He documents every second of his life.
Okay.
And so he posted a video of himself trying to ride this electric surfboard, and he had a major wipeout to the point where he had to go to the doctor and get x-rays.
Oh,
Would you
no.
would you like
Yeah.
to see this?
Did he post it himself? Because
Yes.
it's kind of badass that he did post it.
Yeah, so he's trucking along. He's on his knee and one foot and both hands. He's going along. He's trying to work up the courage to stand up. He's still on one knee. He stands up.
Oh my God!
It lifts up, and then he lands on the side of the board as he's doing the whoa, 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 whoa.
Now what's happening?
Well, then now he's playing golf. So he is also, not only does he travel and go to fabulous places like Turks and Caicos, he plays golf constantly. He says he wakes up every morning and goes out on the balcony and screams, "Let's go golfing." That's his new catchphrase.
You can't fault the guy. He's got a lot of money. He's got a lot of time.
Just say golf. Don't say golfing.
So he said, "I'm in so much pain that I tried to golf this morning, and I played. I made it to like the 8th hole, and then I had to stop myself." So that's when he got x-rays. Turned out he just had a bad bruise and maybe a hairline fracture in one of his ribs, but he says he's going to be fine, and he says the injury has actually made him a better player. He said, "Now my swing is super smooth."
Do you?
Would you like to see?
smoothie.
Would you like to see his?
I would.
I think Rick and Craig want to look at it.
Do you? Oh God. Do you correct people, George, when they say golfing?
I
I'm
try
going
to.
golfing, or I'm shooting a shot.
Yeah, I try to, but
then you're a golf.
It's almost too far gone now.
Okay, we're watching his wipeout again, but then after he cuts immediately to him on the golf course later that day, and see what you see what you think of his swing.
All right, George, you analyze it. You're a top golfer.
Oh yeah, so this is him.
that?
This is him getting a therapeutic massage, and then there's his swing. It's not bad.
No.
It's not bad.
That's not bad.
Whatever.
A little wristy at the top, but that's okay.
It could survive.
Yeah.
For a big fella.
Yeah. Not bad at all.
And finally,
by the way, speaking of wipeouts, I hope that when your life ends, I hope your last 5 minutes is just you see a mental collage of your greatest wipeouts. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, I've decided that if I do go out in a spectacular way, I want to go out like Hot Rod going down the mountain.
Yeah.
I want that whole thing to happen. The entire collage.
Full momentum.
5 minutes just tumbling and tumbling
right.
and tumbling.
Okay, finally, a trans influencer, not the one that Kid Rock hates, a different one.
The one that he shoots cans for?
Yeah.
He hates these cans.
This trans influencer is named Rose Montoya. So she was at the White House. So last Friday, or I guess I'm not sure what day
About
this
time
was.
we got someone better in the White House. You know what I'm saying?
I guess this was earlier in the week last week.
What are you doing here? It's like
hey.
a bunch of malarkey.
What are you, trans?
President
What are you,
Biden.
trans? Okay.
What's that
That's
mean?
cool.
That's cool.
Let
man.
me double check down there.
Yeah, let's see what you're working
Oh,
with.
a smoothie.
So Rose Montoya was a guest at the White House. They had a Pride event in the Rose Garden. And so they were on the South Lawn. You had the Truman balcony up there. There was a pride flag hanging from the White House, the hallowed White House. And so Rose Montoya was there, and during the festivities at some point, Rose thought it would be a really fun and exciting photo op to pull down her top and expose her boobs on the White House lawn.
That seems a little aggressive.
Give him an 8 out of 10.
Would you like to see
Not bad, though.
some tran boobs?
Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah.
Trying to kill him?
Oh. It's kind of awesome. They're censored.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, too bad Bob's not here.
she's covering up her
loves that
her
stuff.
gripples, but it is also pixelated. But she was wearing like a white dress, and she unclasped it from the top and held it down. Yeah, see?
that guy says nice.
Yeah, he's totally into trans.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Slit. My kind of guy, you know?
Nothing
I
wrong
like
with that.
Mellows.
So the White House called her actions inappropriate and disrespectful for any event. And so Rose, at first, tried to defend her conduct, but after she was banned from the White House, like they were ever going to have her back again, she has apologized and said, I now understand that was inappropriate, and I'm going to do better.
Okay. Pretty cheap.
That's
Pretty
okay.
cheap to do that at the White House.
Top's dropping, just like Fat Pat says.
That's true. Yeah. That is true. All right. We are here at Tito's Handmade Vodka Summer Bash, and coming up next, there are many, many of us ticket humans up here, and we're going to start roundtables next. We are having our first roundtable.
Yay.
Which I guess it's not all hands on deck, right? It's just us.
Yep.
They're doing them by show this year, so
Okay.
it's Hardline plus Musers for this first one.
All right, so let's welcome Craig Miller.
Hello.
Let's welcome Gordon Keith.
Hello, Corby.
Let us welcome George Dunham.
Hi, Corby.
And, of course, Dave Lane.
And Snake Davidson.
Who is typically here. We are here for the roundtable. I saw Norm just walk in.
Hello.
And I was telling Craig in the break that if you want to stay up till like 4 in the morning, just go to the unticket and type in Norm. And it is absolutely stunning how much stuff pops up. How many bits, how many pranks, how many everythings, e-breaks that guy's been a part of. I mean, it's a cachet that you can't even begin to realize how large it is.
I was thinking about that. I mean, he's retiring. We're going to give him a week-long party. This is kind of like the Norm retirement party tonight.
Yeah.
But all of us should do like 3 weeks worth of, I don't know, manual labor or something for Norm.
I know.
With everything we've done to him over the years.
Haven't we been doing 25 years of manual labor for him? Yeah, Norm, I'll get that off the printer for you. Yeah,
okay,
yeah, Norm,
but
okay,
think of the... Okay, compare that with how many times you, sir,
Why are you
Gordon
looking at Dave
Keith,
like that?
No,
He's
Gordon
looking
Keith
through me to you.
has targeted our friend Norm.
Yeah.
Targeted? You mean honor him with an impersonation.
He's changed a lot in the last 5 years. I don't think you're recognizing
I mean, even in the last 5 minutes, I've changed a whole bunch.
Well, I haven't noticed.
Oh.
So here's one of the things that I found, and I don't want to play like long bits, but this is like a minute 30, minute 45. And do you remember when Norm and Frito, when they first got here, they would get all the hosts on the air individually and do this bit called Who Is?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
Which I always enjoyed. I thought it was good.
It was. It was a great bit where he kind of got to know us,
Yeah.
and he would ask us questions, personal, family stuff, and how we got in the business. You know, just fun stuff.
Did you get the good copy of this, or there's a grainy copy of it, too?
No, it's a good copy.
Okay, good.
It's a good copy. So there was one there wasn't one. This was a bit that Gordon and I did.
Huh.
Yeah, and you know, I didn't want to be a part of this. But
I didn't
you made Corby do this.
I felt forced into it.
Uh-huh. But
I gave consent, but it was not enthusiastic.
I do remember doing this because I remember the music that we chose as background for what you're getting ready to hear. So this was probably 20-some-odd years ago, 2001, 2002, and fake Norm and Corby doing Who Is?
Corby Davidson joining us here. Corby, what's the craziest thing you've ever done?
To be honest with you, I haven't really done anything that crazy. I mean, like in high school, me and my friends used to egg cars.
Corby. You've done some pretty crazy things, I bet.
I haven't done anything that crazy. I mean,
let me help you out. An example of what a crazy thing might be? Hit the music, Frito. I'll tell you about something I did.
Okay.
Me and three of my crazed, burned-out beach bum buddies, we were all in a band together. We were wandering around the Nevada desert for 3 days back in 1967. And I had the most magical, mystic, trip balls whacked out vision. We'd spend our time vomiting and praying alternately in some beach state of elevated helter-skelter. I tell you what, that's when the spirit horse came down and gave this Travato his vision. That was the first time that I saw the Indian, Corby. And the Indian became my friend throughout my entire life.
This sounds like just kind of a recreation of the Doors movie.
You're right, it kind of does. Cut the music, Frito. Who would you rather be? Molly Hatchet, Leonard Skinner, David Bowie, or Ziggy Stardust?
Well, the first two are bands, and the last two are the same person.
Well, me. Not even the question. Okay, that's Corby Davidson here on Who Is.
Gosh, man.
There are 1,000 vignettes like that, though.
Oh, yes.
Out there on
Norm
the
and
internet.
Andy's.
Oh my God.
Norm and the Goose.
There was a whole series, though, of Norm and Corby. We were doing Norm and Corby like all the time. There was the one of you and Norm at the Barley House.
Yeah.
Ordering the pitcher of buttery drinks.
Yeah. Yeah. Norm wanted to do shots.
Yeah.
And
He ordered a pitcher of shots.
Of buttery nipples. Yeah, it's awesome. We were talking yesterday, too, about how many people, like, moving forward in this business will have done all the things that Norm did as far, like, all-encompassing things in this business, from, you know, being a play-by-play guy to being a radio talk show host to being a writer to writing a book. I mean, he covered
poetry.
Yes, he covered everything. Like, it's no one will do that.
No, as we determined, I mean, name a better talk show host career in our town. You can't.
It's
and not just sports talk. I mean, all talk radio is relatively new, I guess.
Right.
But,
I mean, he was at the epicenter of that.
Yeah,
of
really
doing a talk show.
Starting that in this town.
Right,
yeah.
right. It's crazy.
And as he talked about when he was doing play-by-play, working for HSE, doing all those weird random events in addition to doing normal events. So when you talk about, is there anybody else that's going to come along and do all of that stuff, including play-by-play for cornhole and bike racing and all the nutty events that he did, no one will ever have that career.
No, it's pretty amazing.
Have they said when the service is?
He's not dead.
He's right behind you. He's
right
3 feet away from you.
Oh, I misunderstood
and
the announcement.
insults continue to this day.
Do we know who's speaking yet?
Yeah.
I'd love to have had the idea of sometime next week having Brad Sham on to talk about when he and Norm used to do soccer together.
Yeah.
He's got a hilarious story about they were somewhere in Mexico and they were the only ones that could the only ones that couldn't speak Spanish, and they had technical problems, and they had like wires sticking out of a wall, so they weren't getting on the air. But Norm kept talking to people about notes about could a player kick, is he good? It's good. Maybe we get because y'all did a lot of soccer together, didn't you? You and Brad, way back in the day, the
2 games,
tornado.
I mean,
No, I think it's
I
more
guess
than
if
2
it's a
games.
lot.
Norm, fake Norm.
You know, Norm, though, never accomplished what Brad did because Brad is the only living play-by-play guy to drop a C-bomb on the radio.
Accidentally did it.
And Norm never did that.
Let that moment go.
There's still a week.
Oh, yeah, there is a week, Norm. Because
Donovan, you stupid.
Oh, jeez. God, how shocking would that? Like, right. That's the last words he says on the air. Just puts the headset down.
You're right. Norm never accidentally did it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Because Mark Holtz, famously the old Rangers play-by-play guy.
Oh gosh.
He said it on the air.
He would say hello C column.
No. That was hello win column. But he did the wild card hunt, and he screwed
That's why
it up.
nobody says that anymore.
Yeah.
You're in the wild card race now.
And how that doesn't exist, probably because the ticket wasn't around back then, and
Yeah.
I mean that was immediately purged from any archives that existed just to save face for a broadcaster.
By the way, what is a wild hard?
We don't
I don't know.
We don't know, or maybe I'd like to know. I don't know.
Wild.
Ugh.
Wild.
Yeah.
Hard is the weird one.
Like wild as in feral?
The quality you don't want.
Yeah, we don't really know.
Wild could be fun.
But
Hard?
Norm's got a week.
Hard as in petrified?
EA, that was your call to find the Brad Sham C word. I don't know what it's labeled, but
By the rookie free agent from Oregon.
What's that?
Here we go.
Curtis at the 23, up quickly to the 30, left across the 35 to the 40. Really good return. A 56-yard punt by Polescu.
That's crazier than wild hard. A 56-yard one.
Yeah.
That's
You
like
get
the
lost
length,
in there.
That's the length of the entire Cowboys video screen.
Well, plus he had to say. Do you think the fact that he had to say Polescu? What was that guy's first name? That punter. I can't remember his name.
Sam.
Sam Polescu. That maybe helped cross him up a little bit.
Okay, so the sheer shock and terror of the recovery too. I mean,
music.
You were doing a You're not working here, all right? Where it's like, oh, you're doing a Cowboy broadcast.
Of course, it was when we were carrying him.
That was?
Yeah, that's why we.
So
Still
we
have
own
it.
that.
Yeah, we own that one.
All right, one more time, EA.
Polescu's kick. Oh, this is a good kick by the rookie free agent from Oregon. Back to Kirkus at the 23, up quickly to the 30, left across the 35 to the 40. Really good return. A 56-yard punt by Polescu.
God.
You know what? I don't think it was Polescu that tripped him up. I think he was about to say a 56-yard kick.
Yes.
And then in the middle of it, changed it to punt.
Right.
Which you should never do. Right. Never combine those two.
No.
And trust me, that's always in the back of his mind, right?
He still talks about it. Like we were at something last year with Brad, and he goes, well, and the ticket will take something you say once and live off of it for 20 years.
Yeah, you can't live that down, though, right? Like that's
no. I mean, it's just like the moment of silence.
That's
or
awesome.
Whatever.
And if you call enough games, you're going to say something stupid too. So,
oh yeah.
What is the moment of silence?
Nothing.
What is that?
It's when George disrespected 9/11.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I wonder if we still have that.
We don't.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to find.
People have forgotten about it.
And you know what?
Including EA.
The fact that that lived, because it was 9/11.
The week after.
And that we kept that. Listen to Dunham. That's what idiot Dunham is. Like 2 weeks after, we're still, oh, yeah.
It did disappear for a while and then got played every day on Why Today Doesn't Suck for 15 years.
I mean, it is like you took a dump at Ground Zero.
I mean, I guess you
Which
could
he
say
also
that.
has done.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Haven't done that.
All right, let's get Norm in here. Coming up next, Norman Donovan.
Hello.
And let's ask Norm. We'll have Gordon ask Norm.
Who is?
No, we'll have
I
Gordon.
don't think I'm on this next one.
Well, you're going to be.
You're not.
Because we're going to ask Norm about what he wanted to do on 9/11.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Where we are in the middle of round tables. Our second one, we had the Musers on, and we're doing show-by-show round tables. This one consists of the Norm and D invasion. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Donovan Lewis and the great Norm Hitzkiss.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, Norm, has it all sunk in? I'm sure it has over the last couple of days, but probably doesn't. It's probably going to take the first day of you being at home before it actually sinks in, right?
Well, I'm not sure. I think it's sinking in right now. The nice thing is that this feels a little bit like a celebration.
Yeah.
Because we've had some messy divorces at the ticket recently.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be the way people leave. Shouldn't ever be the way people leave.
Right.
You should leave really, really good friends.
Yep. No, dude, trust me, I agree.
Are you speaking from any experience?
Nah, just
okay,
a tad
just
bit.
wondering.
Just a tad bit. Yeah, man, so did you, whenever you had the finality of it, if you don't mind me digging, did you say to yourself, okay, this is the date I want to leave, or was that done, did that come later? Like, how did you decide on next week?
Well, first of all, the discussions with Dan Bennett and Jeff Catlin started about 5 weeks ago.
Okay.
When I went in and I said, hey, I'd like to retire, but I want to do it on you all's schedule. What's best for you? And we talked of that, and we set a date, and then we changed it once. But it was pretty easy to do, to tell you the truth. It was. And it didn't matter to me. Hey, I'm going to work through next week, and it wouldn't matter to me if you all wanted me to work through the week after. Wouldn't matter to me. It's just I wanted to leave in the right way.
So when you realized that you were out of vacation, is that when you realized that you wanted to retire?
You noticed that I took 3 weeks of vacation to go to New Zealand and then came back and quit.
And I called you out on that too. I'm like, Norm, you're out of vacation. Like, you have no more days. And you're like, I'm good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. He totally knew information that we didn't have.
Now, wait, speaking of vacation, Norm, are you still going to do Serenian Bay in August?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That Brian, the owner, has become a friend, and we love that place. In fact, Mary has a woman's group, and they're going to Serenian Bay in October, and I'm going to tag along and float in the pool and float up to the poolside bar.
Okay. Or you can put your little bikini on and just be one of the gals.
Hello. Listen.
Maybe that's the next chapter.
Looking around, I think the word little applies to bikinis. I have postage stamps bigger than some of these.
But it's great, right?
Oh, yeah, fine. Hey, this is no protest at
No,
all.
the transition has been really good from the bikini standpoint, for sure. So we were talking last segment. I want you to tell us, because there's 1,000 questions I have for you concerning your broadcast career, but let's start at 9/11. Did you really want to talk about the Cowboys-Packers game or whatever?
No.
On 9/11?
No. I very quickly, at the end of the Muse show, we understood there was something
really
big going on. And through the 10 to 11 to noon slot, there was just information flying from everywhere. Everywhere. I do remember about 9/11, the next day calling Pat Summerall because he had been in a building right in the same area having a meeting.
In Jacksonville?
No, not in Jacksonville, Washington. I think. And Pat, you couldn't get a cab. Forget that. And Pat had walked from that's lower Manhattan to his hotel on 56th Street. And he got there, and he was covered with ash, and he understood. Everybody there started to understand what a disaster that was. What a disaster. So many lives lost in that building in that one event.
But you were itching to talk about the defensive capability
Yeah.
of.
The way I remember it is you got back to Cowboy talk between the towers falling.
We'll update you if anything else happens. And so there was like a 12-minute segment.
Yeah, and what the Cowboys need to do. Second tower just fell. What the Cowboys need to do.
You did have a problem with the NFL canceling games, though, didn't you?
Well, I thought America needed healing. I thought America needed something regular, something that America did together, and the NFL was that. Now, were there problems or worries that we'll never know about security? I've thought of that. Were there threats? I've thought of that, because they'd never tell us that. They'd never tell us that. But that may be sealed forever in Lee Harvey Oswald's safe in Gordon's house.
I don't have his safe.
Yes, you do. Yep.
Yes, you do.
Yep.
You open it every
I just
day.
have the contents of it.
Did you find the commode to match the bathtub?
No, I didn't buy the commode to match the bathtub.
And that's every time you go in there, you're like, oh, you sit down, and you're like, this is where he released his head.
You just summon everything in you to
Right.
just.
I do have the bathtub, and I have his bathroom doors. I have those things.
Really?
And
Yeah.
eventually he's going to customize his own bathroom.
Yeah.
Like a safe room.
To recreate.
Yeah.
I really do mean an answer. Don't just mean this to be a wise guy.
Oh, okay.
Why the doors?
Because they were just throwing them away. I mean, they were knocking the whole thing down.
Really?
Yeah, so I just knocked the pins off the hinges and took the
So
doors.
when you've got guests over, are you going to eventually say to them, by the way, on the way to the bathroom, those are Lee Harvey Oswald's bathroom
I don't
doors?
have them installed.
Think
They're in
that'll
storage.
Think that'll cut down. Think there'll be a lot of people pivot.
No,
He's going to build a Lee Harvey clubhouse in his backyard.
Really?
Like a little pay-for thing, like you got to like a nickel to get in there and sit in his bathtub.
No
and on his
girls
toilet.
allowed.
Right? Yeah.
You're going to have a little theater built with a couple of seats.
No, I'm not going to have a little theater built with a couple seats.
Okay,
Gordo.
So the Morning News issued the article that was published in, I think it was January of 2000 when you came over here to the radio station. And, there was obviously a lot of consternation on your end of coming over here. Looking back at it now, could you ever have imagined that you would be here at that moment, that you would be here 23 years and become good friends with all of us?
I couldn't imagine that, no. I've told the story, and you guys have heard it. I didn't want to come here. And I talked to Dan, and he wanted me to come to the ticket. And I said, what if I don't go? And Dan said, we have a contract.
Yeah.
And
I'm new on this.
Sometimes in life, you're forced to take the road going left. And you don't anticipate it's going to be a good drive. This was fantastic. I'm serious.
It's the longest gig you've had, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask, because we were talking about all the stuff you've done. What was your second longest tenure?
Probably about 20 years at HSE.
Yeah. Was it HSE the whole time, or did it morph?
I'm not sure we turned into Fox Sports yet. I think we're all HSE. Well, it started as Warner Cable. And, whoa, that was rough. And it turned into Home Sports Entertainment, which was more fun. We did, like you guys talked about last week, we did everything. I remember one night, I would fly down to Houston every Tuesday. We'd record a roundtable, and then I'd go over and do boxing at the Marriott Hotel. And it was literally set up in their ballroom, a ring, and it was crowded, man. People love boxing. And I looked at some of those guys, and I said, you got to be kidding me. And one night, you need about 5 fights to fill a 2-hour fight card on TV. 3 rounds, break, 3 rounds, break, 3 rounds, break. Game, boxing match over, interview the winner, next bout. Well, this particular night, the first 5 bouts went like in 1 round, 2 rounds, 2 rounds, 2 rounds, and 4 rounds. We didn't have nearly enough to fill a show. So we had to do what they call the walkout fight. So named because after the main event, people can walk out. Okay. So into the ring comes a guy that I swear was about 5'10", almost bald, maybe 240, 250. And he honestly, he looked like the nicest fellow. He looked like a retired fireman. Mid-40s, something like that. Here comes the other guy. Ken Mad Dog. Okay, his nickname was Mad Dog. That's what I remember. Well, he walks into the ring, and you know, you all have robes. Nice robes and things like that when you come in the ring. He walked in, and he had a big Marriott bath towel with a hole cut in it. So he put it over his head like a serape. And he saw Frankie Trevino, Ken Mad Dog Elliott, and he saw Frankie Trevino, the cameraman, and he started barking. And he kept it up. He just kept barking. And the referee called them to the middle of the ring for the instructions. And he barked through the instructions. Bark. And he went back to the corners, and the fight started, and I thought, this guy's he's like 6'4" and maybe 220, and I thought, he's going to put this other smaller guy away. Well, the fight starts, and the fireman swings a right and hits him right in the upper left shoulder. Down he goes. Just down he goes. And he hops up. And about 20 seconds later, he's back down. And he hops up. And about 20 seconds later, he's down again, and the fight's over. And the referee goes and raises the guy's hand, and Ken Mad Dog Elliott gets off the floor and starts looking for Frankie Trevino so he can keep barking at him.
Bark.
You talk about weird guys. I'll tell you one last quick one, very quick. One night we're doing the boxing matches, and it's someplace else. May have been the Stockyards in Fort Worth, okay? And it's one of those anonymous fights that are fight 2 on a 7-race car, a 7-fight card. And this guy walks out in the ring, and I said to Greg Lucas, wait a minute, we've seen this guy before. And I keep all my files of little notes on fighters. So we've seen this guy before. And I said, wait a minute, he's changed his name. He had been an unsuccessful fighter as somebody named Carpenter, so he decided, I'll just start over under another name.
Did it work?
No, he's still terrible. Still terrible.
All right, Norman, thank you very much. You will be back out here very, very soon.
Really? What's the schedule look like?
6:10 for Norman Donnie. But coming up next, Craig Jr. Miller, George Dunham, Gordon Keith, Dan McDowell, Jake Kemp, live from Tito's Handmade Vodka's Summer Bash. Next.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Where's Gordo?
Hello.
Gordo
That's always
is
the question, isn't it?
But yet he's omnipresent for roundtables, even ones that he's not scheduled to be on. But
Hello.
When he's scheduled to be here,
You can't find him.
He can't be here.
You know the drill.
So strange.
What's
That's
up? Hang
the
zone.
the
So
beauty
sad.
of Gordon.
So sad.
Good to see you guys.
Where is he?
What do you mean?
I mean, it's always enjoyable to be around you. It's good to see you.
I feel like that's just something you threw out there that you might say to anybody.
It may have been. It may have been. We just were watching Jacob Dedamore, a.k.a. Deddy, who was found guilty of being horny on Twitter. And George brought up the question, is Deddy going nuts out there being surrounded by all of those women in bikinis? Can he handle that?
I am horny on Twitter.
I've seen him make some approaches. Let's just put it that way. I don't know how it's going, but
She's
you know.
56 and
So
gorgeous.
This is a good place to throw out the vibe.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of approaches happening this weekend, and not just at the U.S. Open.
Right.
Wow, look at that. There's some golf humor.
We're a sports
Craig
station.
is our new Norm. He's taking over for
Somebody
Norm now.
just trying out.
Someone
There's a
has to
void.
take over.
I'm fine with that.
Hey, do you know what I realized with Norm leaving? That I am now the oldest host after next Friday.
I thought about that today.
We're very close
Yeah.
in age, but I'm actually older than Junior. So no, I'm the old.
Wow.
How about that?
Are you the next one to announce a surprise retirement? These all come out of nowhere.
Never know. You never know.
Maybe
Never know.
whatever segment
Never
he's
know.
leading here on the roundtables.
Could be it.
Yeah, will
Maybe
there be
that's
an?
it.
Are those the terms that it's being thought
Let's
about?
just
by,
say, just about everybody. Just about.
you can't leave, Jeb. You're the glue.
I don't know. I don't think so.
You know what I'd like to do in this segment since I'm the captain? I'd like to play peacemaker, and I would like I would like to broker some peace between our two shows because, and I'm kind of in the middle here because the main guilty parties are George and Gordon versus Dan and Jake.
Why do we need peace? There's no animosity.
And Jake's
the
not
F
quite
up,
as guilty here because this traces back to the Bob and Dan days.
But
I
Jake
wanna-
was a big part of that scene for 10
True,
years.
as
so
the producer, true.
No.
You think behind the scenes he wasn't like, dude, we got to play a Musers fight today?
But I thought I would get
Like,
to the
he'd make the
bottom of
open.
it because our two shows have been at war. You guys playing Musers fights and us playing bad radio / hang zone fights. And at some point, the carnage has to stop. At some point, there
Carnage?
has to be peace.
All I hear is funny radio when I hear this stuff.
This is Vietnam, though. It's just, when will it end?
Exactly. And why are we
But
in
here's the
this?
thing.
Yeah, well, why did we get in it in the first place?
Here's the thing. We air about, and he's right, it's mainly Gordo and I, we air about 1/30th of how much we talk about Moron Dog, and we don't talk about Lee Corso as much anymore, but every once in a while. But yeah, Moron Dog, we still spend a lot of off-air time on too.
Well, what was it a couple weeks ago?
I guess Gordon's not going to jump in here.
But do you
and talk
remember
to
when
us.
Tyler was texting me that, or he told me that you guys and on a road show somehow were
We
on
did the
Moron Dog,
entire show.
but
So-
every break.
You have no idea. For those who don't know, and if you've been listening for a little while, you probably do, but just in case, there's a lot of audio out there, and we have some examples of bad radio getting in fights with each other, but they're funny. They're really funny bits of audio. Well, Bad Radio Hang Zone has a lot of audio of the Musers getting in fights with each other or with Norm or something like that, but it's also got a funny element to it. Well, when one show plays one of those for 2 minutes and then talks about it, then the other show will immediately respond. I get caught in the crossfire way too much because these two are obsessed with it.
Because they're the ones you're saying that they're the ones doing the playlist.
Yes, and I'm the next batter up, and you guys throw at my head.
Right, and I love that analogy because it's true. We end up playing the best Muser fight ever is George versus Craig.
Right.
The coach. Which coach?
Or
Wade.
Or you'll just
yeah,
play.
you play both sides. Oh, so that's the only time I've ever really heard Craig and George, lifelong best friends,
Yeah,
really
but that's
real,
not funny.
true
Right.
tension. They were
Right.
mad.
Right.
And
That's not funny. That doesn't involve a dog and,
But here's what gets me.
napkin and funny stuff.
What gets me the most is they'll play Moron Dog for the 1,000th time.
Yeah.
And they'll do a full segment on it. Then that afternoon, I'll turn into the Hang Zone, and as retaliation, you'll play me and calling out Cray Tray. Neither of them, Gordon and George, are even in that
They do
audio.
put that in the open from time to time.
And and I'm like, this has to end. So
you didn't turn on Cray Tray, but you got to admit that's funny.
No, I think it is funny, and I wasn't really mad at him in any
Vampire
way.
Weekend.
But I get why
Let's
it's
cut
funny,
that back.
and I use that now. I'll say let's cut that back because it is funny. But that's why I want to play Peacemaker because I'm an innocent.
You just want
man.
out.
You guys are always
want out of
bombing
this.
civilians.
Yeah, well,
in this case, me.
Okay.
So I went out. So
but you're
what will it
sympathetic
take?
to their government,
right?
So,
so what will it?
Are
take?
you really?
I think we're kind of like some in the Eastern Bloc countries. We're pretty dug in. We get along. I love you, but what I see More on Dog is a masterpiece.
Okay, but
So does Gordon.
now I tune in this morning.
Okay,
and
that's the other thing.
No. Here's a tease for the e-break. The hardest job in all of radio. Next.
Just at the ticket.
And then it's, hey, Craig, what do you think the hardest job in all of radio is? And Gordo's doing some comedy and said it's his job. And
hilarious.
And Craig, though,
Because I'm a friend of y'all's show.
then throws one at my chin.
No.
And says producing, it used to be bad radio, now the hang zone. What's the one constant there? Me. So it's
true.
Yeah.
I agree.
Maybe you are a big jerk.
I agree how you could take that, but this is behind the scenes. This is what actually happened. He says, "What's the hardest job in radio?" And he's looking at Gordon, and Gordon refuses to answer. So now things have slowed to a
looking at
crawl.
cat videos.
It's
When you
getting
pay
a little
attention.
tense. And George says, "Oh, you're not going to play along." So now I can tell he's getting mad. So I haven't said anything, and I'm thinking, in order to get the e-break segment going, I am going to have to contribute and say what he wants me to say, which is bad radio producer.
Now, we have someone
Again,
who's had
I
that
was an
job.
innocent
Basically,
civilian.
Dan's anybody with Dan.
Isn't there something to that, Jake? Producing middays is not. You are a target. You are stepping in to a war zone if you are the producer of middays.
The demand is high.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, look what happens to Blake Jones on a daily
standard.
basis.
That's right. That's right.
We'd hold him up and celebrate Blake Jones. I love Blake Jones.
Well,
you know that.
Yeah, I think you do,
That
but
son
he
of a
also
bitch.
gets pummeled.
He just
Jake,
takes
did
the
you
proper
ever-
amount of
And
pummeling.
poor
Did you ever
Lando.
fill in and produce for us?
I don't think I did.
I don't remember
No.
you ever doing that.
No,
You have filled in doing bits, and you say they're just very supportive.
they are.
And I
Like if
also
you do a
heard
bit.
Lando taking it in the shorts when you had on Baby Gronk and Baby Gronk Dad.
I know. I heard you ripping us for that.
Someone needed
This guy's
to be
giving
ripped.
us airtime.
And then, of course, they end up on Hang Zone. But I
Some
heard,
clown.
no, come on, Lando, you got to do more than just open the door for him. You got to show him. Yeah, put the headset on him. Man.
Do you disagree?
No, I don't disagree.
Like, just like,
but
hey,
I love-
I'll just let you guys walk in the studio, and
That's okay.
you'll know where to sit. And
Lando
what
produced
to
for
do.
us, and we didn't see him for 5 days, so I know what you're talking about.
No, he was.
Feels like that hurts.
He
But
did great. He did great.
he's a new producer, and he's learning. And
Right.
now, next time, he brings
He
in a.
learned because you told him that.
Yeah, now, I guess off the air, you have to say, hey, if you have a guest, don't just,
Yeah.
open the front door for him and say, go do radio. Yeah.
Could we reach détente like the U.S. and the USSR? We know each of you have these nuclear weapons, but we're just going to get into this pattern where we're not using them. Could we all agree?
And stop playing more on Dog?
Yes, we have these
I think
weapons.
it took, though, 1,000 playings of More on Dog for us to even start the retaliation.
I can't lose access to More on Dog.
And
I
maybe
just
not
can't.
forever.
And I don't want that either. I
No,
love More on Dog.
Maybe not forever, for 6 months.
You just want us to not play the Craig fight anymore.
No, I
Really.
just want a ceasefire so that I can breathe easy for 6 months since I'm not the instigator here.
It's a
But
long
yet
time,
you took
man.
a shot at them today when you said that the producer
You
job
forced
was the
me
one.
into that shot.
More on Dog.
I do have a question. The meeting that you just went over, if a dog starts eating a napkin, ignore
Right.
it. Was it like right before the show, or is it like really early that morning? Or it's like Bob could have forgotten.
No, it was right before the
The
show.
meetings
He
are
said-
very long.
He said we just went over this. in the
Okay,
meeting.
so it was like right before. They
Right
went
at the
on
very We go over every possible scenario that could happen during a radio show
What are
every
you going to do
day.
if your dog eats a napkin?
And that
And
one
that-
happened to come up
ignore
that
him.
morning.
So, yeah.
Maybe it's been discussed on the station. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Maybe the station hasn't brought it up at all.
It's
Have you grown to appreciate the beauty of the comedy in those bits, those pieces of audio?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I liked it from the beginning. I've really grown to, though, appreciate you guys off the air recreating it anywhere. And Gordo does have a thing where, you know,
He's like a pit bull. He'll clamp onto something and not
yeah,
let go.
but also if I see Gordo, if I see you in the hallway or the parking garage, you know, it's a, hey, yeah, like all of a sudden he just has to then do
I have to switch into Dan
me and just hi Gordon, hi,
Hey, how's it going?
good to see you. Yeah, all right. So you're going in the elevator and
press one of the
button
buttons
there.
here in the
gotta get your key fob
what's it
and
called? The room that's metal and it goes up and down.
Do you like it when we put you in charge
Elevator.
of dismantling an atomic bomb?
I enjoy. Sure, I
Okay.
enjoy. I love pub on the morning show.
Okay.
Because that grows my brand.
My
And
favorite-
I'm trying to.
My favorite Dan appearance on the morning show was when George said, "Hey, Norm Macdonald died. I scheduled Dan McDowell because he's the biggest Norm Macdonald fan ever." And we get Dan on that morning, 8:15 prime time. Dan, we're having you on because you're a huge Norm Macdonald fan. I mean, I guess I liked him okay.
He's pretty
Not
much
really. I mean,
George and
See,
Gordon.
you're again. Now you're
Heard of it.
defaming my character. The question was, how big of an influence was he on what you do? And
That
I
is
never
true.
really started getting into his comedy till I already worked here. And then
You already, yeah.
I got people like I never thought he was a big influence growing up because I was into Letterman, I was into Seinfeld. You know, he wasn't really on the scene growing up,
Right.
Until
And-
I was in college, I guess.
And it wasn't defaming you. It was how
And-
George sold how much he had influenced
right.
you.
And then,
I just figured he had because you guys sounded exactly the same.
but
That's not a fight.
I mean, you turned me on to his CD where he was saying, "Yeah, an uncle is battling cancer." I went in there; it didn't look like he was really. He was just
like
laying
he's
in a
just
bed.
laying there.
All right. Well, I don't think we reached
didn't
any
settle
kind of
anything.
agreement.
That's
but
okay.
That's okay. That's okay.
This weekend, we will not
Okay.
replay or tweet
That's
anything
fair.
about that.
That's
Yeah.
fair. All right, coming up next, the Norm farewell tour continues. It's going to be Jake and Dan with Norm and Donovan.
YouTube.com/@SportsGreek.
Bam. Now.
Okay,
Norm.
This is something I've never done. Here's a frozen awesome for you,
Oh,
buddy.
wow. Giving one up.
Where's the umbrella? That's what I need.
They didn't have umbrellas.
Oh, well,
No.
man, that's not. It's a frozen. Okay, it's not a frozen awesome
Okay.
if they don't have an umbrella.
But it is frozen,
And I'm going to drink it.
and it looks pretty good.
It does. It looks
Okay.
delicious, right?
It does.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
No, thank you. Thank you, Norm. That's why we get along.
Is this a conversation from before that I don't know what you're talking about?
I am very fond of the frozen awesome, and I think I get talked about a ton because it's not manly and it's not straight.
There's a drink
and all
called
that.
Frozen Awesome.
No, it's just frozen, and it's awesome.
Oh,
It's a frozen
okay.
awesome.
So it could be.
Can be virtually anything
That's frozen.
with alcohol in it.
And awesome.
That's frozen.
Okay.
Well, I have to give credit to Jubb for naming it because Jake, when we went on our field trip, Super Bowl, that was a frozen awesome trip.
You're bar hopping
Yeah.
at the college bars?
Yep. We had
Tempe, right?
Is it yeah, I think it was Tempe. Yes. That was fun, and that had a lot of frozen awesomes with other things in between to try to expedite the process of us coming back to the media.
So you
center.
were ordering Frozen Awesomes and Jubb
Yeah,
tagged
he
the
was
name on it.
also, yeah. Jake was the responsible one.
Yeah,
on
I
that
know.
trip
What
with
kind of
us.
group is that?
I know. It doesn't make any sense. Like it felt
He's changed
wrong.
so much, hasn't he, since he had kids?
Yeah, I don't-
Softened up a little?
I don't understand him anymore. You know, it's
Yeah.
just why, hey, I'm Jake. Look at me. I can do this. I can do that.
Yep.
Now he's like, oh, you seen your 401k?
Yeah, I don't want to do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I love my kids. That's all he talks about.
Would that be
now.
responsible if you drove like that?
No.
No, yeah, it's
just handing me drug after drug when I first met him.
Old Jake would lose his car. He would go out and come in the next day. He's like, I don't know where it is.
I know.
It did happen.
With one shoe missing. He was just wild ass. And now look at him. He has his stuff together.
That's right. Wearing a suit.
That?
He's got a tie on. It's
In
weird.
He has underwear on.
In about 3 years, he's going to start telling dad jokes. Yep, he will. Won't you, Jake?
Perhaps. Yeah. 3
Yeah, we'll
years.
see about that.
Exactly.
I'm willing that.
That may be a line too far there, Norm.
I wonder if the reason you are known as a dad joke guy on the air is that you didn't have kids. Because I kind of get that out of my system at home. And then can go on the air, and I'm like, all right, I've already used that. And
maybe I've always loved a good play on words, or Gordon's fun to spar with, like the 9 that won the emergency brake. Funny horses in the field.
Really funny.
9.
And you did you had the enunciation to where it did sound like you were making an exclamation. So that was very funny. I heard that for the first time this morning. I wasn't in on Friday, so it
yeah. Who was it? Lando. Who was the 3 candidates? Lando, somebody, and Norm. And I just thought
it was Corby. Corby dumping and chasing.
Yeah,
but
but
why today doesn't suck.
What could you have done to make the P1s not vote for Norm on this day?
I know.
No chance.
And the microscope is going to be on them next week.
Oh, my gosh.
So anything that happens,
anything,
it may be an all Norm e-break next Friday because to celebrate your last week on the air. So
well,
I think you'll. There's a really good chance that you're going to get to 134.
I've warned the Musers that I feel a segment of their show is going to hell when I leave, because they're going to scratch for 3 a week on the station. They are.
Oh yeah. No, it could always be. Hey man, we're low on e-brakes. What did
Norm?
What did 10 to noon have this week? Yeah.
Or hey, we're low
Just
on
pick
e-brakes.
a random 5 minutes from then and listen, and you'll find one.
Would somebody please schedule Norm for a 10-minute segment?
Yeah. Norm, what a career. 50-plus years in media, all that you've done, and Jake and I got you a little something.
Uh-oh.
It's we made this just for you. That's a Hang Zone labeled dental floss.
Because
we're concerned about your dental health.
That's right.
So many people these days are talking about mental health, but we think there's been a market inefficiency covering dental health, and here we are for you.
Well,
have you ever had another radio show give out dental floss?
No.
There we go.
No, in fact, I would guess there's never been another radio show that thought of giving out dental floss.
Thank you.
Yeah. By the way,
you guys are innovators.
We think different.
Do you guys happen to have a biggie size of that?
No, but I could give you 2.
Yeah.
No, one's fine.
No,
Okay.
it's pretty
One's
tiny.
fine.
Like
Yeah, it is
fine.
tiny,
That
but
just
again,
covers like one meal.
we
and
had to
then
pay
it's-
for it.
Okay.
So it's not. It's
if someone
Really?
would've
Yeah.
gifted them, maybe they'd be a little bigger. Yeah,
Yeah.
that looks like what you get from your dentist that lasts like 2 meals.
Oh, yeah.
And then the one time you need the really long piece, you pull it out and it's just, it's tiny.
there's plenty in there.
Okay.
There's over 10 to 15 feet of dental floss in there.
I will think of you
I don't believe you.
every time I floss.
Fantastic.
Every time?
Every time.
Do you not
I
floss?
use this floss. No, I do. I
Okay.
like the floss pick.
Do you have? Oh, okay. I'm not a pick fan. I know Donovan is.
I am.
I am a guy who flosses
On
a
a
lot.
very regular basis. It's good, man.
I have a floss in every room in my house where I might need floss.
In the car also.
Have a floss in the car, have a floss in my wife's car, and I go in that thing about once every 6 months.
Studio.
Did you pay for
Did you
all
say
of
Got
his
one
flosses,
stayed.
Jake? Did you pay for all of his flosses? He's got a little one like
split
every
it.
for
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Man, I think you do realize you're getting older when you start preparing for things that may not even happen. And I'm there now because you'll have different things in places that you're not going to even need, but you're just there just in case. And now I feel grown when I do things like that.
Like
now.
you're prepping.
Right.
You've been through it.
Like you said.
In fact, Jake experienced a thing that today, just less than an hour ago, something that I learned over the years and now have shown him. I showed him because we went over to Mino's apartment. We had to drive there. The Village, pretty expansive.
It is.
There's a lot of apartments here, but it's about a 2-minute drive around the corner. So we drove back, and Jake's like, "Oh man, parking's going to be a bear." I said,
"Oh yes,
dude. I hope I'm about to impress you." So we drove right up close to where we would get to the elevator here and get up to the pool deck. And we pull right past the elevator, and 2 spots down, Jake sees it. Glistening. Saw a little twinkle off it. As my headlights hit it, it's the orange cone.
Yes. The always respected orange cone.
BYOC. I brought my own orange cone.
Dude, I
They're
have one.
movable.
Yeah, but no one moves it. Everyone respects it.
Right. The orange cone garners more respect than yellow police tape sometimes.
I agree.
Dan said, why don't you hop in the back and get that cone out of there?
Boy, I didn't think you still carried it around because I have one also, and I never.
I don't usually carry it, but
no,
I prepped.
perfect.
Again, like you just said.
Perfect.
As you grow older, you learn to prep for things that you've had this problem before. You see the play.
Yes.
And you're like,
develop.
just in case. I think I started it at Ticket Stocks at the Plano Center because that thing, you would have to go across the street, park in some other lot, whatever.
Right.
And
dude, I'm going to go home and put the orange cone in my trunk. Now that you've prepped me, now I thank you for that because it's always.
You should leave it in the
there.
trunk because I leave it in the garage and it's all full of spiders and the dirt and the.
They don't respect
And then I
it.
throw that in the car, and now that's all crawling all over me. In fact, I walked in the elevator, and I flicked something off my neck, and I see it on the ground. I think it was a tick.
Really?
Yeah. I think I got it before it burrowed into me.
Do
you ever
you,
have a tick burrow into you?
No.
What do ticks look like?
Just like a little round guy, right?
Yeah. I did have a spider bite me, and it's been pretty much hell as far as.
Wow, that looks like one
of
of those that. Did it lay eggs in there?
I don't know.
I think it did.
It really stinks.
If you scratch it too hard, a bunch of little spiders will come out.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
But then I haven't, so I'm glad. We'll just leave them in there. They're not going to like what's going on inside of me when they're hatched.
I see Jake is the kind of guy who's tried to burn a tick out of his leg. Like
I've
camping
done
or
that.
something.
Yeah.
You have already?
Yeah, for sure.
I had a tick in my leg and sat in the bathtub for like an hour. It won't die.
It will not. No.
And you have to, do stuff to it and try to burn it. I don't know. You're supposed to, grab it and turn it or something, but counterclockwise,
painful.
I don't know which way.
And it doesn't hurt when you do that?
Oh, it hurts.
It does.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
But burning it's the best way, right? You get the match up really close.
I think that hurts it, then it'll leave, right? It'll get out. But you also kind of singe your own skin.
Will it run still on fire as it runs away?
Oh, yeah. And then it just drops its bottom into the a little cup of water, and the steam comes off.
You see the smoke coming off, and then see its little face kind of with relief on it.
I've never heard TikTok on the station before.
TikTok.
Again, another thing that we do.
Is that it? Are you done? Did Norm end the segment? Okay, we'll come back. We have another roundtable. I do think it's Norm and Donovan, and I do believe we'll be joined by the Musers. And that's next. This is the roundtable before all hands on deck. And joining me and my show partner, Norm, are the award-winning Musers from the mornings, right here on Sports Radio 96.7 and 1310 The Ticket. George, Craig, Gordon.
Hey.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
What's up?
Hey.
You see all these shouties out here today?
So,
a lot of them.
A lot of them.
Okay.
This is Norm's final summer bash.
Yep.
You think
I guess you'd come back
He's
next year.
going to be back next year.
You'll come to summer bash,
I
won't
can
you?
come back.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be doing projects.
You think Norm
Generic.
is going to come back to Summer Bash when he didn't want to come to this one?
Yeah, he already told us he was trying to get the retirement done before now, and this is why.
So you didn't have to come out to Summer Bash.
When it's one of the most fun events we have.
Yeah.
People in
great
swimsuits.
So many nice people today.
Yeah, it's all the water, all the
non-water.
Yeah,
I mean, that covers it all.
We talked to a couple just a minute ago that came up all the way from Austin, took the day off.
Oh, yeah?
And came up
Yes.
from Austin to
That's
be a
what
part
I'm
of
talking
this.
about. This is great.
Yeah. Right
Love
there.
it. Oh,
You know
that's
what?
the Austin crew
I didn't
right
want to.
there?
Yeah.
I didn't want to
That's
mention
what's
it, but she looked like she was from like Evansville, Indiana, or something. You know how those Evansville girls have that particular look?
And I think
You know
that
nothing about that. She told you she was from Evansville.
She never mentioned it. Is she really?
I think he's quite strong wearing the pink swimming trunks. Like, that's a
Yeah.
really good look. I like that, man. Can I borrow those right now?
No, that's a washing machine
Right now?
mishap is
Okay.
what that is.
Yeah. Just take those things off. You know what? That's the one thing I've never understood, because usually when you watch television and you go to the hoity-toity shows and they'll say, oh, there are trunks in the pool house. Like, why would I want to put on trunks that someone else put on?
Well, they're all new.
No, they're
Wealthy
not.
people just
No,
they have a
they're
stack
not.
of new.
They don't wash them
trunks.
because they think if you're in the pool, they wash themselves. Like, you're sharing ball space with another person.
Oh.
All right, what if somebody told you Randall Cunningham's swim trunks are in there? You can wear them.
I'd put them on my head.
See?
But that's different. I love him. I don't know. I don't recognize the other
Biggest
balls that were in those
spare
swim trunks.
quarterback ever in the NFL.
Oh, jeez. Here we
What are you
go.
doing?
Man,
Don't jump. Just
I
ignore
could.
it.
I can't help it. Throw the flag. I'm all sides. You know what? I think I'm kicked out of the game because I
You're
delivered the
hitting him?
hit. Yeah, and everything.
Should I read the pre-fight rules about 3 knockdowns at the fight?
No,
Things
you
like that.
shouldn't. The greatest quarterback to ever lace him up.
Philadelphia Eagles?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Minnesota Vikings, Dallas Cowboys, Baltimore Ravens.
Should have won
Oh.
a Super Bowl with Minnesota.
It's
Yeah.
the one time, seriously, that I could not talk to my mom. She called right after the game, knowing my love for Randall and what happened. Sunday afternoon, I got into bed after the game. That's how distraught I was.
He was
in
in
the
the
bed.
bed.
Yes. She called, and I said, not right now. Like, I don't want to say anything that's going to jeopardize our relationship over Randall Cunningham. So I just hung up the phone.
That's
Couldn't do
funny.
it.
You've had a chance to interact with him, right?
Yeah, I met him. I met him there, it's pretty early on in my Cliff days also. That's when Troy Aikman owned the Falk City Diner right at Maple and McKinney.
Oh, yeah.
And he had a lot of quarterbacks there. Jim Kelly was there. John Elway was there, and I didn't care.
You
I
want to
made
see
a
Randall.
beeline. Like, I shook all their hands and didn't even care because I saw Randall in the distance. And he actually threw me a pass that I would have laid out in the middle of McKinney Avenue to catch. But I
God, you
did
caught a
catch
pass.
it from Randall. You dang right I did.
Man, that
It's
was great.
I still have the picture that I took. I had on one of the early 90s sweater vests that no one wears anymore with a
Right.
T-shirt underneath it. And you can see all 32 teeth. I'm smiling so big next to Randall.
Is that?
It'll be in my obituary, in the program, in the obituary, hands down.
Is that picture somewhere on the walls of Shea Lewis?
No, it's not one of these 70-something pictures that's displayed. No, it's in a special book that I taken. Never mind.
Bible?
That is pretty amazing.
No,
very far from it.
Kind of mark Ephesians with the Randall Cunningham picture.
You can always find Randall in Thessalonians.
He's more of a Deuteronomy kind of dude.
How did you say it?
Deuteronomy? Is that incorrect?
Deuteronomy.
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 That's what I said.
Say it again. I may be hearing it wrong.
You are
my
hearing it
headphones
wrong.
just went out.
See?
There we are.
You can't even hear anything.
I know. It's my fault. It's
How many
always my
pictures do you
fault.
have of yourself?
Displayed in
throughout
my
the
house? It's in the mid to upper 70s.
And have you put those up, or has she put those
I
up?
did. I put up 0. They are displayed heavily. You walk in, you know who. Only one I put up is the cardboard cutout I have from when I was at the Bone. That's right by the
Bone
front
Brother?
door. Yeah. So you walk in. If you look immediately to your left, you'll see me standing there in a Bone shirt. It startles everyone when they walk in.
Like, has she gone back to like your high school pictures, or is it just when it started between the two of y'all?
It's a couple of baby pictures of her, and then the rest of them start probably with, engagement pictures and the wedding, and then from there. because we took a couple of shots, photo sessions before we got married that are so 1990s.
Oh, wait a minute. Are
we dressed alike, and
Can we see those photos?
I'm standing behind her, and we're looking like so Olin Mills.
She's got her hand on the globe.
We're at the picture with the bridge over it.
Yes.
Kind of standing there looking,
Have y'all been to a wedding in the last 2 years?
I went to a wedding Sunday.
Okay, then you know what I'm
This
talking
past
about.
Way to go, George.
Are you amazed how much time is now taken between the end of the ceremony and the reception for the photography?
A lot of pictures, a lot. And
it
wedding
goes-
the wedding I went to Sunday was outside.
Oh.
At Fair Park, it started at 1 o'clock.
Oh.
It was boiling hot. And they had to take
Outside,
pictures.
1 o'clock in June.
And they had to take pictures in their tuxedos.
How could
and
any of those have
everything
been good
afterwards.
pictures? Everyone's sweating.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually stood in the shade. I didn't sit down in the seats because every single seat was in the sun. Every one of them. So I just stood in the background. And,
So you weren't even in the wedding party or anything?
No. My wife was, she was almost halfway coordinated, really helping out.
Oh, I see.
And she was running all over the place, trying to make sure everything was all right. And she was actually making sure the dress was okay before she walked down whatever aisle they had outside. So she played a big part in it. So
It's like every family combo. You have family there. Okay, now the cousins. Okay, now all the
Now
aunts and
maternal
uncles, and
maternal
then-
grandfather and stepson.
Now,
in the meantime, the father of the bride is there going, okay, the cocktail
hungry.
hour's going
I'm
right now.
hungry.
The meter's running.
I'm tired.
People up there just slamming
Okay,
drinks.
Everyone, wedding party. Okay, with the groom. Wedding party with the bride.
Okay,
And it's,
best man with photographer's assistant.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, it's 6:51. Before we start the time wasters, we will have one more round table, and it's all hands on deck. So make sure you come back. Summer Bash ticket.
All right, we got everybody up here, and the ticket time wasters are about to begin here at the Village Country Club, just about 50 yards away from where we are right now. So,
How do we get all these people to walk over there?
We don't.
Oh, they're already started. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Just about a sandwich.
Okay, we have instant defeat from Gordon.
I'm sorry, Dan. It's a gap wedge.
Oh.
You have no length.
You know so much about golf.
It's a putter for me.
Speaking of gaps,
You need more strength to get more length.
Strength for length.
Strength.
Yeah, Norm's going 3-wood from here. Right?
Two of them. No.
What do you hit from 90 yards, Norm?
A 3-wood.
We've seen it. Yeah.
I laugh, but I'm almost there. I'm right there with you.
Nice and soft.
Yeah.
Lands nicely. You try to hit a place about 10 yards in front of the green.
Just run it up
hits,
there.
Rolls up on the green.
George,
all you
what
need.
would it take for me in 1 year to get to like the Koepka swing speed?
You could take 5 years. It wouldn't happen.
Roids?
Maybe.
I don't know if your weird arm
And by the way,
could
you could
actually
not-
make it through.
Maybe that would help it.
You could not break 90 from the Reds at L.A. Country Club as it's set up for the U.S.
He's
Open.
such an idiot.
Look it up.
Thinking that he can.
I don't have to. I'm telling you, it could not happen.
Yeah, to you it couldn't.
Did you hear our hypothetical if you got together a scramble of 3 or 4, say 3 scratch players and like a 10 handicap? Could they make the cut, and would they be under par at the U.S. Open, this year's U.S. Open?
Scramble?
Scramble.
3 scratch players?
Yeah.
Gordon,
what?
I swear to God.
I know.
What?
I'll hold him, you hit him.
Gosh, that sounds like an assault.
Yeah.
It is.
Warranted.
We're willing to take the jail time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can make the cut.
You think?
Well,
I think so.
The cut's +2. So if the 3 scratch golfers could scratch out a par every hole, they'd make the cut.
I just think you would have where all 3 get into trouble on one hole. You're going to take a big number somewhere.
Like Dustin Johnson today.
Yeah, he took an 8 today, didn't he?
Yeah, number 2.
Yeah.
Oh, he took a 9.
9?
You know what I want Gordon to do? I want him to, like, shadow sing with U2.
And
What
see
are
how
you
long
talking
before
about?
the Edge wraps his guitar around his neck.
Yeah.
That is the most annoying thing. He does a lot of annoying things. That's it. That's number 1.
Oh, now you're speaking German.
Well, are we excited about the time wasters?
I
Jake,
am.
what are you doing?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Internet.
I'm doing that.
Corby, what are you doing?
The couple of things. I'm doing a song with Ham, a Jimmy Eat World song.
I saw Ham was drinking Pedialyte. That's a good sign that he can make it through the set.
Not Dr. Pepper.
Not
He
Dr.
won't
Pepper.
pass out.
It was Mountain Dew before that.
Was he washing down chicken fingers with the Pedialyte?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
But I was glad to see him drinking Pedialyte.
I'm doing the song
Hey, guys.
that Craig's bus driver did.
Oh my gosh.
So
Who are we saying hello
So
to?
disturbing. Davey, we got 80s.
Pete.
Okay. Yeah, we have a
Pedialyte.
Depeche Mode tune, and then Dan and Corby and I are doing Love Shack by the B-52s.
Or Jumps
If
Back.
you see a painted sign at
You are
the
doing
side
that
of the
one?
road,
We never wrote the parody.
Yeah,
but we wanted to.
Okay,
we wanted to.
We
but
might
never
write a
did.
parody by the time we get up there.
Can we get more feedback?
Called Jubs Back.
dude,
Okay.
be nice.
Well, let's.
It's a little
They're
little
hardest
hard.
10
Hardest job in
microphones.
radio.
I was being nice. I called for more
Gosh.
feedback. I thought it was cool. I like feedback.
It is the
What a big
hardest job
jerk.
in radio.
Okay.
You are a big jerk.
I thought that was producing noon to 3.
No.
That is the hardest job.
It's
Jake even
running a remote for the Musers.
with Gordon Keith on there. Yes.
All right. You are an audio.
We're playing a
bully.
Craig fight Monday.
Were there times, Jake, where you thought you weren't going to make it out of producing Noon to 3, like you were going to get your head chopped off?
I don't know, man.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
See there?
Yeah. Sit this one out.
See how much fun it is. See how funny Gordon is? Isn't he
Yeah,
fun?
no, I
yeah,
mean,
he's fun. Yeah, it's fun to work with him.
Hey, Gordon, have sex with that chair the way you do in the studio.
Yeah,
Was that
let all the P1s
Let the
see
P1
how you have
see
sex
how you hump
with
a chair.
furniture.
Go ahead, Gordon. You're the funny guy.
One girl screaming out there,
Yeah.
wanting to see it.
I will donate an extra $100 to the LV Foundation if you violently have sex with this chair.
And you know what's really disturbing? He would go up to the chair first and hit it like 3 or 4 times. That's not true. And then he would do that. That's true. Go up there. And,
Oh, no. Here we go. We have a.
By the way,
Oh, wow,
Corby,
look
it's
at
funnier
George.
If it's a chair on wheels because it moves all over.
yeah, it moves all over the place.
Like it's
Trying to
trying
get
to
away-
run away
yeah,
from
run
him.
away
Back here. You better come
Seriously.
back here.
That's why all of the chairs were so crappy in our old studio because Ding Dong over here would treat him like a
Don't
seesaw
call
every
him
day.
Norma Ding Dong.
Grab him by the balls. It's like he's on a calf.
Yeah,
right.
One- and it would go on for 5 minutes. He'd do it until he got a laugh, and then when he got a laugh, he'd go, yeah, okay.
Slay that one.
Yes, killed it.
Once you're finished with the act, Gordon,
Yes, sir.
I will come in the studio and hand letter a sign that says basura, and I'll put it
Yes.
in the brick.
That's why you had to put all those labels on those old chairs, because he humped them every day.
Why didn't you just put trash, Norm? Why did you put basura?
Well, Gordon, I'll handle this.
Okay.
Eating out.
A lot of them didn't speak English.
Whoa.
Damn, huh?
What's them? A lot of who?
What is this?
A lot of them.
Well, before we get
Puerto
in any
Rico.
more trouble, let's head on down to the
What?
stage and let's have
What?
a party. Let's have the time wasters
Absolutely,
here from
you.
Tito's Handmade Vodka
Boy, look
Summer
at
Bash
weird Rich
at
Phillips
the Village
there.
Country Club.
That's weird, Rich Phillips.
Yeah.